Good morning. So it's 9 o'clock. I think we're going to get started. My name is Judy Backhouse, and I am a senior academic fellow at the United Nations UNU-EGOV. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome everyone here this morning to the second day of our conference and the third keynote session of the conference. I'd also like to welcome all the people who are joining us online. Lovely to have you with us, if not physically with us. It's been a real pleasure to be here in Athens, and it's been a treat to rediscover the pleasures of travel and the pleasures of actually meeting colleagues at a conference and being able to have face-to-face conversations. For those of you online, there will be another IceGov, and hopefully more of you will be with us and joining us for that session. This is the first time I've been in Greece and the first time I've been to Athens. So I did make a point of arriving early. I arrived before the weekend so that I could do a little bit of sightseeing. And I went and saw the Acropolis, and I went to the Acropolis Museum, which are both very, very interesting sites with very interesting stories to tell. What I observed there was that there's a story of building, of construction, of making, both in terms of the physical artifacts that were made and the social structures that the ancient Athenians put together. But at the same time, these sites tell a sad story of destruction when we look at what's happened over the past many thousands of years. And I think it has interesting echoes in our topic today, because yesterday we heard so much about all the good things that people are building in terms of e-governance and the many different projects and initiatives to build systems and tools and initiatives and associations, collaborations to take e-governance forwards. But today we're going to start talking about the risks and the things that might go wrong. So the topic today is cyber-physical systems for smart cities, cybersecurity and privacy challenges of digital governance. One of the things that fascinated me about the story of the Parthenon was how many ways you can destroy a Parthenon. You can destroy it with a cannonball. You can destroy it by bribing the people who are supposed to be looking after it. You can do nothing and just let the passage of time destroy it. And you can even destroy it by having very good intentions, but being ignorant of the correct way to do things and cause damage through attempts to improve things that are ill-informed. And I think many of these reflect some of the challenges we face, obviously in a very different setting, talking now about virtual settings, about cybersecurity, but we face many different threats today. So what I want to do is I want to hand over to our keynote speaker to introduce today's topic. We have three very interesting speakers today, all experts on this topic, far more expert than I am, so I'm really looking forward to learning a lot today. We'll have the keynote presentation, and then I'll invite the other members of the panel up, and we will hear from them, and then we'll open to some discussions from the floor. So our keynote presentation today comes from Sokratis Katsikas, who is the director of the Norwegian Center for Cybersecurity in Critical Sectors and professor with the Department of Information Security and Communication Technology at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. But he was born here in Athens, Greece. He has been the rector of the Open University of Cyprus, the rector and vice-rector of the University of the Aegean, the General Secretary of Telecommunications and Posts of the Hellenic government, and a member of the board of the Hellenic Authority for the Security and Privacy of Communications. He has a PhD in Computer Engineering and Informatics and has been awarded an honorary doctorate by the Department of Production and Management Engineering of the Democritus University of Thrace. His research interests lie, obviously, in the area of information and communication systems security. So with that, I want to hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Judy, for the introduction to the session and for your facilitation. And many thanks to the organizers for the invitation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Already Judy did the introduction to the session. So what I intend to do in the next 20 minutes or so is to give you a slightly different viewpoint, which might to some of you appear a little bit threatening, perhaps, on a different perspective on what a smart city can result in. But don't be terrified. We do have solutions, and even though you might not hear about them in my presentation, these will be explored to some extent within the discussion that we will be having later on. So, okay. Then what I have prepared for today is to give you an introduction to cyber-physical systems. I'm aware that not all of the audience may be familiar with the term and the concept, and then go into some cybersecurity and privacy challenges that these bring within the context also of smart cities. How can we secure them? And then finally, just a few concluding remarks, which will not actually be a summary of what I've said, but a way forward with these issues. Okay, so these are two conceptual models, are actually a conceptual model and a conceptual architecture of a cyber-physical system, and they have been produced by the Cyber-Physical Systems Public Working Group of the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the United States one, and the other one is just a standard, the right-hand side one is just a standard architecture which has appeared in several research papers, but this comes from a particular one. The term has been coined about 10 years ago to represent collectively and comprehensively all the research that at the time was going on the topic of what we today call integration of information technology with operational technology. So the model, and it will be useful for our subsequent discussion here, is that a cyber-physical system has a cyber and a physical component. These two are so closely intertwined that we cannot really distinguish whether the result of an action, an action is due to the cyber part or the physical part. A good example to have in your mind about cyber-physical system is your braking system in your modern automobile, because there is an embedded system there which actually controls the way that the system, that the car brakes. And by the way, this can be and has been shown to be hackable. So you should be more careful when driving. But as I said, we do have solutions for these problems. Now, so there is this cyber and physical part. The physical part, of course, monitors and controls a physical state. This state produces information, which is then inputted into the cyber part. Decisions are made here, and these decisions drive actions that change the state, the physical state of the underlying physical process. And all this can be a device, as the example in the automobile, or it can be a system, or it can be a system of systems, because all these things interconnect with each other. And a point that I would like to make clear from the beginning, but it will also recur in the presentation and afterwards in the discussion, is that there is a big box here which is called the human. So the interactions are not only between devices, systems, and system of systems, but also with the human. Technically speaking, there are three layers in the architecture of any CPS. You have a perception layer. This is where we look at the physical process, the underlying physical process. Then you have a transmission layer, the layer that transmits information from the physical part to the cyber part and vice versa. And finally, we have the application layer where everything, all this is really applied. And of course, as you can see, we have everything that starts with a smart here. This is kind of funny, actually, because, you know, we all talk about smart homes, smart cities, smart buildings, smart manufacturing. Does that mean that everything we've been doing so long is stupid? Well, you know, I mean, this is not the case, of course. Maybe we should be talking about smarter or intelligent or something like that. Okay, so this is what we will be discussing today, and the risks, the cybersecurity and privacy risks and challenges for these systems. The scope, of course, of these systems is vast. This is not for you to, of course, see the details there, but just to realize how large the scope of cyber-physical system applications are even today, or actually as it was back in 2016. And I'm sure that there will be many more applications to come. This is probably why there is some empty space left on the top of the diagram, so that we can complete the picture. And of course, of special interest to us today is the smart city, where applications like waste management, parking management, street lighting, parking management, and everything else you can think of goes under. But of course, applications like the electric power grid, with the smart grid, like transportation systems, like autonomous vehicles, and then medical devices and the Internet of Things in a more general context, and also the industrial Internet of Things. All these are aspects that you can see their applicability in a smart city context. So this is we will need this for our subsequent discussion on what can go wrong. So I will just go briefly through it, because this is the general architecture of a cyber-physical system, a simplified one. We already went a little bit through that in the conceptual model that I presented to you, but here is a simplified version of that. So actually we have a physical process. This is monitored by sensors. Then there is a controller that decides the actions to be taken, and these are fed into actuators that in turn control the physical process. And there is some kind of supervisory system up there for those of you familiar with technology for monitoring OT processes. This is a SCADA system, actually, supervisory control and data acquisition system. And all this can be, of course, localized, but it can also be distributed, in which case you do have a network, sometimes even the internet, in between the controllers and all the other components of the cyber-physical system. And this, of course, increases even more the attack surface of the system. If you look at it from an organizational point of view, this is the Purdue enterprise model. It's quite old, and I think it's the prevalent model for describing IT processes and systems within an organization. So if you modify a little bit the Purdue enterprise model, this is where cyber-physical systems appear. Obviously, up here we have mostly IT systems. Now, coming to the real challenges that we have with cybersecurity. First of all, cyber-physical systems and also industrial control systems, these are not exactly the same concepts, but they are very much related. Every industrial control system is a cyber-physical system, but not all cyber-physical systems are industrial control systems, of course. But all of them have some common characteristics. One of them is the requirement for resilience. And this does create some challenges with cybersecurity, because this is not a characteristic that we commonly find with what we would call pure IT systems. So these systems need to be resilient. They will be expected to operate under adverse circumstances, even under cybersecurity attacks. In fact, this is a major change in how we deal with cybersecurity over the past, perhaps decade, maybe a little bit less. In the past, the requirement for cybersecurity and the doctrine that we were using was, let's keep the bad guys out. This is no longer the case. We cannot keep the bad guys out. The bad guys will be in our system as well as the good guys, and therefore we need to operate under the assumption that all these systems will be attacked, and in fact, they will be successfully attacked. And unfortunately, we do have proof of that. And therefore, the design requirements now is not to build systems that are cyber secure, but that they are cyber secure and resilient at the same time. Second characteristic is what we call the CPS continuum. You can think of cyber physical systems that are designed to be used as entertainment devices or as devices that make our lives easier. Look at your smartwatches, right? But also there are cyber physical systems that control critical operations. Any satellite, any spacecraft, any power system today is equipped with thousands of cyber physical systems. Now, is this a problem? Well, it wouldn't be if we were not smart enough to use CPSs, cyber physical systems that have been designed for one purpose, to use them for other purposes. And there are several examples of technology that was, for example, developed for personal use, and then it migrated into controlling critical applications. And all this without changing the cybersecurity specifications of these devices. So what is the challenge is to secure a system that comprises cyber physical systems that have been designed for one purpose, therefore with one set of cybersecurity specs, and is being used for another purpose. The system of systems nature is the source of another challenge, and this is because we have not yet solved the problem of the question of, suppose that we have a system which comprises several secure systems. Is the system secure? We don't know is the answer. And what is worse, we do not even know how to approach this fully. Some attempts have been made. So this system of systems nature does create challenges as well, particularly because these CPS systems of systems tend to be federated systems. So systems come and go in such a situation. Think of a highway of the future, where autonomous cars will be driven, driverless vehicles, right? Of course, vehicles come and go in that infrastructure, and therefore this is quite dynamic system, and this does create security challenges. Scalability is another problem, and this is because when a system is scalable, of course, this is a very desirable characteristic, but at the same time, it means that the cybersecurity solutions that we design for such systems should be scalable as well, and this is not always the case. Multiple performance goals. Well, this is one of my favorites because it reminds me of a movie that I had seen when I was 14 years old, and it was, in fact, one of the major motivations for me to pursue a career in computer science at that time, and this was Space Odyssey 2001. I guess, judging by the age of some of the audience, you may have seen it. And then, for those of you that have not, I will tell you that one of the, well, I would say central ideas within the movie was this supercomputer named HAL, at this time, who was guiding the spacecraft. He was actually on the driver's seat. And at some point in time, HAL started killing the crew. The reason for that was because HAL was given two goals that he perceived as conflicting at some time. One goal was for the mission to succeed, and the other one was, of course, to preserve the safety of the crew. But he was not given any priority over the goals. And this, to put it simply, drove him into a situation of madness. He simply went mad. Okay. This is also kind of a pass to Marine, who will talk about more intelligence and more autonomy later on. So maybe he would like to comment on whether we can have more intelligence without having less security and safety in this particular case. So multiple performance goals may lead to undesirable and unpredictable response. We do have lower level of tolerance for threats and a higher level of urgency in addressing attacks. We can possibly sustain a denial of service attack for some time in a purely IT system. At most, we will lose some money, sometimes several billions of dollars, as it happened, was it yesterday or the day before with Facebook? Several billions of dollars were lost, and several people were frustrated, particularly the younger generation. Personally, I was not. I'm not using the social media, but that's another story. But that's all. Well, with a denial of service attack, when cyber-physical systems are involved, we may put human safety at risk. And this is not tolerable. And that, by the way, also means that we have to address the attack immediately, and we cannot involve humans in the loop. So we can't afford the time to have a human correct the problem or address the attack. Furthermore, such systems are deployed in ways that preclude physical security of their components in hostile environments. Think of a cyber-physical system monitoring a forest for fires, for example, right? It's not possible to secure it physically, always, the sensors, I mean. And they are subject to the time constraints of the physical process they are executing. You need to be reacting fast if you are a cyber-physical system. You can't afford extra time or latencies there, which means that traditional cryptography is ruled out, for example. There are other consequences, of course, but this is one of the major ones. And then this list goes on. I already mentioned the requirement to rule out human-in-the-loop solutions. These systems, they operate on resource-constrained platforms. They can be on one chip, no software, no nothing, just bare metal, possibly in some cases, in some good cases, just firmware. And this is not easy, again, to deploy solutions that we have already security solutions for IT systems. There is this immediate requirement sometimes for immediate access, which means that we cannot always enforce rules like those, that golden rule, never share your password and your credentials. Well, sometimes we simply cannot do that. If you go into a power grid control station, you will see that there will be 4 or 5 engineers working there at the same time, and they are sharing passwords simply because there is no time. If one of them just goes out of the room, to go to the bathroom, right? Simple things as that. And something happens at that time. You cannot afford to wait until this guy comes back. Someone else has to use the same credentials and take over the control of the grid. Otherwise, people might get hurt. There is a requirement for always on. It's not a good idea to stop the power grid to make amendments or changes or enforce security solutions, or even make patches. This is quite a bit of a problem in large-scale systems like this. The domain of use is dynamic, and then you can again think of the highway, the example of the highway that I mentioned. And finally, some operational technology and infrastructure have very long lifetimes. So they are expected to live for more than 30 years. And why is this a problem for cybersecurity? Well, cybersecurity changes very fast. And the life cycle of any cybersecurity solution is certainly not 30 years. So how do you align those two life cycles? That's not an easy problem. Moving on to privacy challenges, but I will just rush through them because Kostas will go through these challenges, I believe, in much more detail. But they do derive because of large volumes of data, because of the fact that privacy breaches in cyber-physical systems may result in even physical harm to persons rather than just frustration or violation of their privacy or of their rights. Because of the system of systems nature, we don't always know how exactly our data and information will be used or where it is going. Think of the simple case where you find yourself in the smart home of one of your friends. And of course, there is a this is a smart home, there is a Wi-Fi there, so your phone is connected there. Do you really know what the access policies and the sharing policies that your friend is using are? Not always. And even if you are, sometimes, or many, I should say, more often than not, you're not able to know, to understand what these are. And this, of course, is also the challenge with the division of rights between users and system owners. Obviously, in any case, as with pure IT systems, data leakage can result in problems with privacy. You might wonder whether all this is relevant and whether it's going to happen. Well, this is just one indicative slide of attacks that have happened in the past against cyber-physical systems, and it's, I think, apt for today's conference that the first documented one was actually one against the smart city of the time. It's as old as 2000, and it happened in Australia, in the Maroochysire County, where a disgruntled employee used his laptop to open sewage dams, and he flooded the county with sewage water, creating environmental damage, and of course not only environmental damage but other types of damage as well, worth of several $1 million at the time. Well, of course, these systems are now commonplace everywhere. Can it happen again? Yes, it can. A few years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, one of our team at NTNU did a quick search of the passwords used in some of the major dams in Norway, and he found that in several of them, crucial control systems had a password which was 0000, the default password. It can happen. It will happen. This stops at 2019, but this is just because the slide is old. There are many more. And even after 2019, the Baltimore case, the Baltimore City case is also apt, I think, because of course it was a ransomware attack, but it did result, among other things, in the traffic lights control system being stopped in Baltimore for quite some time. And this did create havoc. Let me skip that because this might come as a bit technical. Just keep in mind that we do have several guys here that would like to launch attacks against cyber-physical systems, and we do have examples of all these. Cyber criminals with ransomware attacks, disgruntled employees. I already gave you the case with the Maroochysire County. We have allegations that nation states are behind some of such attacks, like, for example, the attack against the Ukrainian power grid, attacks in 2015 and 2016. We don't have evidence of terrorists or activists hacking or attacking such systems, but it is only a question of time. This is the consensus before this, unfortunately, happens at some time. Can we do anything? Well, or maybe I should rephrase the question. People might think, but okay, aren't all these systems somehow safety controlled? I mean, the safety of these systems is something that we would all expect. The answer is yes. And there is a defense in-depth safety analysis of these systems. This safety, this defense in-depth concept means that we start from the process design, which is under regulatory control, then there are measures for automatic control response, and then finally an organizational response level to all that in the case of a safety incident. And all this is mirrored into how we organize cybersecurity. So then the question is, aren't all these safety controls enough? Well, unfortunately not. And the main reason for that is because all these safety-oriented measures are designed under the assumption that there will be independent and non-malicious failures, which of course is not the case in when we discuss cybersecurity. So we do know, and it has been proved, that fault detection algorithms, not only the power grid, but also in other cases, can be bypassed. And therefore, this will not be detected. And there is a special kind of attack called stealthy attacks, where you inject small false data in a network. Each one by itself does not raise an alarm, but all of them cumulatively can drive the system into an unstable situation. Nevertheless, we've talked about technology a lot, but never forget that in cybersecurity, this is the weakest link, always. It's the human. This leads to a common mistake to think of humans as vulnerabilities. This is wrong. We should think as humans as assets, of humans as assets. But this means that we should change our mindset and try to make them aware and train them so that they can become equally strong links in the security chain. But this also leads me to that. Well, those of you that have are somewhat familiar with security might recognize this guy, Schneier, one of the top cryptographers today, Bruce Schneier. This is one of his books about crypto, and I like this particular expert from the preface. If you think technology can solve your security problems, then you don't understand the problems and you don't understand the technology. It has to do with humans as much as it has to do with technology. And also it has to do with processes. So actually what we need is a holistic approach to cybersecurity. And this would comprise people, processes, and technology, and it would start from secure concepts up to secure disposal of a system. If we do that, then also assurance and trust into the systems we build will be ensured. Now, there is a way of doing that. It's the National Institute of Standards and Technology cybersecurity framework. This started when President Obama issued an executive order mandating the NIST to come up with a framework for securing critical systems. And this was the outcome of that. So the framework does look into people, processes, and technology, and it tries to answer these questions. What do we need to protect? How do we protect them? How can we identify that our protections have failed? What can we do to respond in case of attack? And how can we recover from a successful attack? Remember, the assumption is we will be attacked, we will be successfully attacked. Again, I don't think that anyone will be able to recognize this guy, but this is why I've given you a hint. Yeah, probably many of you have heard about Murphy's Law, right? We are using it in our everyday life. It turns out that Edward Murphy was a U.S. Air Force officer, and of course, the original coin of the term of Murphy's Law was this: if there are two or more ways to do something, like the Parthenon, destroy the Parthenon, right, Judy? And one of those ways can result in a catastrophe, like destroying the Parthenon, then someone will do it. Okay. This was coined because Murphy was responsible for testing rocket engines back in the 50s, I believe. And in one of those tests, there were something like 17 components of an engine that had to be put together in a particular way. And of course, they were not put together in the proper way. And this resulted, well, not in a big boom, but the rocket didn't fly, of course. That's when he coined his law. But of course, there are several corollaries. I personally go for a more optimistic one. Like anything that can happen will happen. And again, this is inspired by the movie Interstellar. Again, some of you may have seen it. Just a few words before closing about how we deal with these cybersecurity challenges in Norway in several domains, including smart districts. In fact, we talk about smart districts, not smart cities, because the term smart city tends to neglect the fact that we are also having smart rural areas. So This is why we prefer smart districts in Norway. So this is a research center, a research-based innovation center. We started operating last year, October 1st. It is funded jointly by the Norwegian government and by the industry participating in that. In fact, the government is funding less than 47%. The majority comes from industry. And the goal is to bring all those research groups that we have at NTNU in close contact and collaboration with industrial partners coming from several domains, so that we can help them in their digital innovation process, in the secure digital innovation process. Center, of course, has also some international partners. These are universities in Europe, like in Germany, like in Italy, in Spain, and also in the United States, Singapore, the Emirates, India, and so on. And there are some other research partners within Norway. The majority of the big industrial companies in Norway are there, like, for example, Equinor, which is the oil company in Norway, Kongsberg, that is the defense industry, and process industry like Hydro and Yara. Okay, one of them, I forgot to mention, because it's of particular interest here, the participation of the Oslo Police District. Their interest is particularly how will the police be able to police a smart city. And there are several challenges there, including data acquisition and also data analysis. And this is why one of our demonstrators, this is one of the actions that we're doing within the center, is on secure smart districts. So, just to conclude, I have not talked about these, but they do derive, and I hope we might be able to discuss them in the sequel. What we need is human capital, and this is also what our industrial partners tell us. This is up top on their priorities, and we need both cybersecurity experts. There is an estimate that there is a shortage of about 500,000 cybersecurity experts in the coming few years. But also, because cybersecurity is something that is everyone's responsibility, we need aware citizens and we need trained personnel, particularly personnel which knows about operational technology but doesn't know about information technology, or personnel that knows about IT but doesn't know about OT and how to secure it. This is a major challenge. Then one of the instruments we have is cyber physical ranges, playgrounds where we can test our cybersecurity solutions and scenario. We have need for research in the area. That's why NORCIX was also built, and other research centers, of course, across Europe and the world. And these are some of the research areas that are relevant here. This is just to whet the appetite of possible cybersecurity experts or to be experts to do research in, but of course I will not go into them. And finally, human and organizational aspects of incorporating those systems into the everyday operation of a smart city in this case. A good question there is, how will a human work together with a robot in the upcoming future? Not so far away. Will they be able to collaborate? And what kind of non-technical, non-technological, but psychological issues will arise there, let alone legal issues about responsibility, liability, and so on. So, I'm aware of the fact, and apologize for this, Judy, that I took longer than intended. So this is the end of the presentation, and this is not mine. This is why, I mean, the motto is not mine. This is why it is in quotes. I believe this was said by Mr. Dell, the founder of Dell Computers. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, even despite having run a little over time, it was very interesting. So I don't regret the time that we spent. But what I'd like to do now is invite the other members of our panel up and let's hear from them. And then we'll put all the questions together at the end and hopefully have some time because I'm sure you have questions to ask. So joining us here on stage is Marijn Jansen, who is full professor in ICT and governance at the Information and Communication Technology section of the Technology, Policy and Management Faculty of Delft University of Technology. He has 3 times been ranked as one of the leading e-government researchers and is the co-editor-in-chief of Government Information Quarterly, associate editor of the International Journal of Electronic Business Research, Decision Support Systems and Information Systems Frontiers. So if anyone knows what's going on in the field, it will be Professor Jansen. And then joining me here on my left is Professor Kostas Lambrionodakis, who is professor at the Department of Digital Systems, University of Piraeus. He has held teaching positions at the University of the Aegean, Department of Information and Communication Systems Engineering. He was a member of the board of the Hellenic Authority for Communication Security and Privacy. He serves on the board of the Hellenic Data Protection Authority and is also the head of Department of Digital Systems and director of the Systems Security Lab, as well as being very active in the scientific field in terms of publications and active in organizing committees of conferences and on the editorial board of 2 international journals. So very much looking forward to their input and perspectives on the questions. So let's start with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the excellent keynote. And I really like also the statement that humans are not the weakest links, but to be viewed as assets, because that's often overlooked. We have a tendency to say from humans are really bad and should be better, but it's not humans as assets. Thank you very much for revealing that. And that's also the link, of course, to what I want to share with you. And I want to add the intelligence dimension to it. But intelligence is nowadays, well, a little bit difficult because we talk about artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence should be closer. Yeah. But artificial intelligence is not at all intelligent, and that's the problem also already with the name. It's just we entering nowadays with machine learning, self-learning algorithms, all kinds of data in it, and then we try to get something out of it, but we are adding not real intelligence to it. So we need the humans in the loop, as Professor Socrates was saying over here. And I want to refer to this project. And in this project, which stands for Spatial Cyber, let's take a look, Security and Privacy Accountable Technology Innovations, Algorithms and Machine Learning, in which we try to add the intelligence to it. And the question is already, for where is the intelligence in this project? Where should we add it? Because it's everywhere, because we're connecting all kinds of things together, the networks, the systems, the humans being. So we have all kinds of heterogeneous systems, and then we try to add all kinds of aspects in it. And then we have some amazing requirements on that. We want to have it accountable. We want to have it explainable. We want to create transparency to it. And then we want to end up with a resilience and a privacy-sensitive system. Well, that looks like a mission impossible to me, because you have to make trade-offs. And that's also how we often approach those kind of things. We want to do it all, but as Judy and Professor Socrates was saying over here, we are not able to avoid the threats. We are not able to avoid anything over here. It will go on. The only thing that we can do is improve the system, and by looking at it and not overlooking the human dimensions for that. And that's why in this project we look especially also at the edge of AI. And what's the edge? Well, if you have a network, you can go all the way to the the cloud, but you can also remain at the border of the network. That's where the edge is. And we have, when I look around, a lot of edge devices over here. Probably this mic is already an edge. The cameras are certain edge devices from where the things are happening. So no need to go to the whole network, and we can avoid problems with that. For example, if we tend to collect all kinds of data, but that might violate the privacy. So the edge might prevent that the data will enter the network, and if it doesn't enter the network, it can also not be hacked, or it cannot be stolen. So we add the privacy preserving mechanism already at the edge of the network. And for that purpose, you need some kind of intelligence from understanding what data should be included in the network, what should be excluded in. And that's also a little bit balancing, because a network is in fact all kinds of components. We have to think in terms of a distributed system that is exactly highly decentralized, so also in terms of decentralization we have to think, and then it has a high impact on the whole infrastructure that is part of it. And I give you this example also about the privacy to show that intelligence might be just very simple, because humans add the intelligence to it. They think about which data should be added, what should be secured in it, so we should empower also the humans in that. That's my take off, the start of this, and I'm looking forward to the discussions.
Good, thank you very much. So thinking about the artificial intelligence and where we go with that, and now we're going to talk a little bit more about the privacy aspect. So over to you, Kostas.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all say that I'm not a lawyer, okay? All right, so I will start with a slide that Socrates actually still the slide. I didn't have the time to ask your permission. I hope you don't mind, okay? All right. So that was the slide presented by Socrates stating some of the privacy challenges that we have, not only with the cyber-physical systems, but you know, with all systems that we use in our daily life. He mentioned large volumes of data. This is of course true. Let me show you, that was a picture by Economist back in May 2017. I think it's globally accepted that nowadays the most valuable resource is not anymore the oil, but it's the data, okay? So having this data, we are sure that we are also collecting personal data, because when we are talking about privacy, we are talking about personal data. And what is personal data is anything. It's not just the name or the surname of somebody. It's anything, any information that can actually identify a physical person, okay? So, assuming that we are processing personal data, we have all these problems that Socrates mentioned before, okay? Data leakages, the users don't know what are their rights, the users don't know what data are collected for them and how they are processed, where they are transferred, if they are transferred somewhere, so all these things. All right, let me give you an example from the healthcare model sector, sorry. So we know that nowadays we're using several sensors in order to monitor various vital signs from patients in order to, let's say, monitor the progression of a disease or how they are reacting to specific medications and things like that. So you can see that, actually I cannot, okay, I can show you there. You can see that if we collect all this data, big data, okay, we can actually process this and have some useful results. For example, you can see that the early prediction of a disease can actually save a lot of money because as you can see with the red ball there, the 20% of the people are the ones that are causing the 80% of the cost for their treatment. So if we manage to process this data effectively and actually have detect let's say the progression, how the progression of a disease will go, we may be able to treat that patient more effectively and of course save probably the life of the patient, but also some money. From a different perspective, maybe some of you already know that search engine, Shodan, which is something like, let's say, the Google search, where you can this time search for IoT devices on the internet. This is, of course, a tool that a hacker can also use in order to identify, let's say, a camera to a public or even a private area and gain access on that camera and have the picture of your home. And these are some pictures that you can actually find on the internet from cases where unauthorized access to cameras actually reveals private areas. So what is the situation today? As Socrates said before, we have several systems, even system of systems. So we have Internet of Things, we have big data, and we use all these things to several applications, domains like health, smart cities, transportation, etc. So the concerns in terms of the users that are generated from these applications is of course about security, privacy, and safety. So let's try to visualize all these concerns through an example. So here you can see Donald, who is getting his car from his home, trying to go to the office, okay? So assuming that there are several sensors, you know, in the car, GPS and things like that, the system, the cyber-physical system, can actually recognize from the route that Donald is going downtown and probably to his office because he's doing that specific route every day. Now, the system also collects information about the traffic and based on that gives some estimate on the arrival time and also on the availability of the parking spaces nearby the office. So combining this information, the system can book a parking space for Donald in order to find it and go to the office. Okay, it's simple. Now, let's examine, let's say, the initial purpose of processing. So what's the initial purpose of that service? The initial purpose was to track the traffic conditions in order to predict some problems. So if there's a very big traffic jam, to, let's say, propose alternative routes to Donald in order to reach his office, and also to book, identify and book a suitable parking space. So that was the purpose of the specific service. The service provider, actually, you can see under the second bullet, so the service provider collects several personal data, including travel habits, location, speed, etc. Let's assume that Donald knows and agrees with that. But we can also identify other players, like a car insurance company, that may find this information useful. For example, can monitor the driving behavior of Donald in order to, let's say, raise or change anyway the insurance premium. Also, the municipality can use this data in order to plan some policy for the tolls in order to enter the city. Also, several other organizations may use this information for targeting specific, let's say, advertisement to Donald. So you can see that the use of the data, if it's not controlled, of course, and if the user doesn't know about that, creates several problems. So there are several issues like who is processing the personal data, who has the right to do that, in what way the data are processed, if they are transferred to other organizations, and of course, who has the ownership of all this data. So this is where GDPR comes in. GDPR, of course, there was a need for modernization. For example, the previous legal framework for the protection of personal data was back in 1995. So we had to take into account the new technologies and try to adopt, let's say, the legal framework, the new era. But the main concept was to give back to the users the control of their data. So to set some requirements in order to protect the data and also ensure that the users are informed on what data they are collected for them and how they are processed. And it doesn't, although there are some technical, let's say, references in GDPR, for example, encryption or pseudo-anonymization, of course, the main purpose is to set legal and organizational requirements for the protection of personal data. Okay, everything becomes better with GDPR. Okay, it's not, let's say, it's not so easy, but of course, it sets a new scene that actually can help protecting the users from unauthorized use of their data. So very quickly, the main 6 privacy principles that the GDPR sets, it's the lawfulness and fairness and transparency of the processing. So we must always have a legal basis in order to collect and process personal data. We cannot do that because we just want to do that. We should have a specific purpose for collecting the data, and we must only use the data for serving that specific purpose and not for several other side purposes. It's the data minimization principle, which says that we should collect only the data that are absolutely necessary for serving that specific purpose. The data should be accurate, so the accuracy of the data, so we should have a procedure in order to update the data and make sure that they are always accurate. We cannot keep the data forever, so it's the storage limitation, as long as the purpose that we initially serve has finished, so there's no point to keep that data anymore. We should delete the data. That's the technical part, so the protection of the integrity and confidentiality of the data that we are doing with several technical countermeasures. And all these principles are supported by the accountability principle, which is something new that actually GDPR introduced, and says that the data controller, so the organization that is responsible for collecting and processing the data, is also accountable, should always be able to prove that complies with the basic principles and the rest of the requirements of GDPR. So actually these 6 principles are reflected in these questions. So who is processing my data? Identity of the data controller, persons in charge of processing operations, and the data processors. Just to give you an idea, the data controller is actually the organization, you can see the natural legal person who has the responsibility and decides how what data to collect and how to process this data. The data processors are actually other natural or legal persons that can do part of the processing on behalf of the data controller, so something like a subcontractor. So the second question is what categories of data are processed. So we should, complying with the data minimization principles that I mentioned before, I should collect only the data that necessary in order to serve the specific purpose. Why? So what's the main purpose of processing? Where the data are stored, until when. Okay, so at some time, if I don't need the data anymore, I should securely delete the data. And how am I protecting this data? So what are the technical measures that I have in place in order to protect the data? Okay, and just something that very frequently causes confusion. What is processing, according to GDPR, of course? It's not, it's everything. Let me put that in this way. So even if you just simply store data somewhere to a hard disk, this is also considered processing in terms of the GDPR. So any kind of operation with personal data is processing. And another, let's say, important contribution of GDPR is the rights for the data subjects, so for the users. So with GDPR, and it's really important for all of us, for all of users to know our rights, it's, you know, I'm not gonna go through in detail, but everyone has the right to be informed about the data that somebody is collecting about us and to know the type of processing that he is doing. I have the right to access my data, so I can go to any organization that I know that collects data for me and ask for all the data, to give me a list of all the data that he is keeping for me, the right to rectification, that I can actually correct my data, the right to be forgotten, so I can ask somebody to remove everything that he keeps about me, right to restriction of processing, so I can revoke my consent for part of or for the entire processing that somebody is doing about me, the right to data portability, so that I can ask my data in order to, for example, change provider, but I want to get all the set of data that somebody is keeping about me to a different provider, and of course the right to object to some processing. Okay, GDPR compliance, I'm trying to give you the complexity of the process, is not easy, but of course it's something that we have to do. It's a legal obligation, and of course we can do, but of course we don't have time to go into that right now. So I think that ends my presentation. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much for those inputs. And the floor is now open for questions. I have a few, but I'm pretty sure that you have a number of them as well. So do we have a roving mic? I saw a hand up there and then down here.
Thank you very much for the speech given by the distinguished speakers. I'm Ahmed Ibrahim from NTNU, Norway. I would like to ask how to assess and evaluate the balance between the openness of the data that cities should provide to the public and to the enterprises with the risks that we have of that openness. What are the approaches and what are the methodologies to assess such risks? To decide which data should be open and which data shouldn't be. Thank you.
Who would like to respond to that? You can also respond. Okay.
So what you're asking is about the opening of the data, and that might result in vulnerabilities. I think this afternoon's keynote speaker will also talk about that. So you should attend also that keynote for that. It might be a trade-off, But I talked about intelligence, and intelligence can solve also that problem. For example, the way we can combine a certain type of blockchain with privacy enhancement technologies, we can ensure that you get the results of the data of your questions without having to share the data with others. So there are all kinds of nowadays mechanisms that can help you to create the openness that is desired without having to take the risks. Before you want to open the data, of course, you need to have some kind of risk assessment, else you won't do it. But there's also some risk assessment tools for open data, which you can look at the data and look at the potential vulnerabilities, the sensitivities, and those kinds of things doing it. Indeed, when you collect data, and I think that the keynote speaker and Professor Kostas was also mentioning that you always have to be careful about data collection, because once you collect data, it can also be used by others. So I think that the examples Kostas gave over here, it makes it very clear from what you collect to protect can also be used for attacking you and the other way around. So be careful how you collect also the data, and what you open. And what I always say is when you look at your infrastructure, your intelligence, keep it decentralized. Ensure that you can't don't make a honeypot from where they attack everything and then can steal everything. The GDPR also prevents that, because it's saying from data minimalization and those kinds of issues that you should avoid creating such one. Keep the data distributed, ensure that it can't be used, even if one part is stolen, I would recommend. But that demands high requirements on the cybersecurity and infrastructure design, as I think as explained by Professor Socrates also. So there are many issues you touched upon that question. Maybe you want to continue.
I think you already covered that. It's again the principle of proportionality. So you should somehow balance the gains that we'll have with the risks that you're creating. So it's something that you have to assess through methodology, let's say a risk assessment methodology, in order to decide what to do. There's no, let's say, a specific solution or methodology that you can follow. It depends on the case.
Yes, do you have something to add?
Just to make it a little bit more difficult, because when it comes to personal data, of course, there are the guidelines and there are the national authorities, data, right? That will tell you whether you can do that or you cannot do that. But as I'm sure you know, in Norway at least, and in other European countries, we are obliged to have our research data open. And these are not necessarily personal data, right? And again, we need to submit a data management plan together with all our research applications, right? In which we are supposed to do a risk assessment of what happens. But then you don't get a response. There is no one that will give you an answer of whether this risk assessment is fine or not. And to make it even more complex, what do you do when you are having data that are probably sensitive to your industrial partners and you need to publish? Of course, there are non-disclosure agreements that cover that, but on the other hand, as researchers, we are obliged to have our data open so that other researchers can check our results. There is no unique answer to that, unfortunately. But as I said, I would just make it a little bit more difficult than the original one with personal data.
Yes, go ahead. No.
Just to add something, if we are talking about research data that contain personal data, there are specific provisions from GDPR about that. And of course, you can do that if you can also prove that you cannot do your research with anonymized data or pseudo-anonymized data, then okay, you can proceed with personal data. But if we go, let's say, to publications and things like that, you certainly need the consent of the data subjects. Okay.
And this is my concern about this field, is that almost anything becomes complex very quickly. We had another question down here.
Hello to everyone. My name is Anthony Kaparonakis. I'm an undergraduate student here at Harkopa University in the Department of Informatics and Telematics. And actually my question came up during Mr. Katska's presentation, but I'd love to have an answer from every one of you. My first experience with a cyber-physical system was actually a robotic parking at my birthplace in Heraklion. As a new driver, I visited it, and everything was fancy, automated, robotic, and even there you had at least 2 people overlooking the operation if anything goes wrong and stuff. So my question is, do we want in the future to rule out the human factor? Do we want to see things fully automated without someone being there actually overlooking things? Or do we want to keep at least, let's say, 1 person there even in the future? Thank you.
Marina, I'll take it first and then maybe you want to add. It's a good question, and there are several aspects to the answer to that. You asked whether we want to. What I can tell you is that we will most likely be able to in the future, as we have done so with so many other processes that have been fully automated. And well, if you look back, let's say 20 years or 30 years, then they were not automated and there was a human in the loop. So that, of course, will depend on the application. But it's most likely that we can. Now, the real question, I think, is should we? And there is where several thoughts come in mind. Of course, one is, will we reach a state where it will be safe for any kind of operation to be fully automated without a human overlooking that? I'm not referring to the particular application of parking, because at most there, if you don't have any humans in there, at most you will suffer some damage to the car, which is not, well, it may be important, but not that important, right? But in other processes, it might be quite catastrophic. Imagine a medical process with where medication is administered automatically, and this is happening actually today, right? But by the way, the trend in Europe, at least, and I'm sure in other continents as well, the trend is that we decrease hospitalization and we increase home care. And this is for a variety of reasons. I would say that, unfortunately, the most important one being financial. But also, of course, there is always the camouflage of this being much better for the patients because they feel at home and so on and so forth. But if you do that, then you also have autonomous supply of medication to the patient, and this may cause harm. Do we want a human there? I'm just trying to give you different perspectives on this. And then another perspective. So one is safety, right? And another one that comes to mind immediately is what will happen to employment? I mean, the two guys that are overlooking the parking process at Heraklion, right? If we fully automate it, we will not have any consequences on safety. We can do it, but they will lose their job. Is that something we want to do? Well, and again, there are several schools of thought on this, but I think that the consensus is that this is not really a big issue, because we've had industrial revolutions in the past. And with every industrial revolution, there was a concern that people would lose their jobs. But this has not happened. So what has simply happened is the transformation of the needs for jobs. So humans are elevated to do jobs that require, of course, more skills, more training, different jobs, but they would not be a shortage of jobs. Okay? So, yeah. I guess let someone else take it also as well.
Thank you. I don't know whether anyone else has something to add. Yes?
Yeah, I think this is quite a difficult question you're raising over here, and I don't have also a single answer to it. But first of all, we talked about complexity over here, and when you take the humans out of it, you assume that the systems have sufficient responsive power to deal with the complexity. Well, I think that's a mistake. That's why I started with also with those systems. They are not intelligent at all. They know some data, they know some patterns with that, but they don't have the intelligence to be proactive, or apart from if you program them some basics in it, but they don't have the thinking on their own, etc. But humans can do that. Maybe I'm talking in a different way in 20 years from now, but right now it's too far away. And what we're doing then is, when we take the humans out of it, we add more complexity to a complex system. Because the humans need to be automated. Well, the system already fails. We showed a nice overview of all those security breaches and hacks. We make them even more complicated. How can we assume that it's still working over there? So we're adding more complexity to the system for that, whereas we want to have simple systems. And I think that complexity is already very high. Then, of course, humans make mistakes. But do humans really make mistakes, or are the systems not well prepared for that? But we often talk about compliance by design. We should ensure that the humans are not able to make any mistakes. From the nice slide you show about Murphy's and so, that they can't just press the wrong button and show that they press the right button instead of making a mistake. Ensure full proof. That's why at our gas station, we've also that we can't make a mistake to that we don't put the wrong gas in our car. So that's also, we have to think much more about how the humans are involved. And then what we often do, and at our university we have a whole program that's called Meaningful Human Control related to AI. And meaningful is added to it because humans can't control everything. Because we can't look at everything. Look at those cybersecurity breaches. Often we discover it only after a while, and we are not able to watch it all at the same time. Maybe some of the dominating vulnerabilities we are able to watch, but not all the details in it. So we have also to view what humans can, the role will be, and how it can be. Because when you look at the automated drive, and it's driving for millions of kilometers without any problem, you can't assume that the person, when there's a mistake, will be able to intervene within a second, because the person will be sleeping or whatever. So the systems are not made for empowering the humans. They just assume that the humans are able to do a certain job, which makes it quite difficult. So we have to design it also in a different way, that the humans, when we need them, would be able to do their job. And for that, we need more knowledge. So more education for the humans. We need to have them higher skilled. We should ensure that people understand the system. They understand what can go wrong. We have to practice for that. So we need to empower the humans. I refer again to the keynote speech. I really like that, how it was said from, humans are not a vulnerability. Humans are key in the system, so we should design it around the humans and not around the systems. So we have to change also our design paradigm for that. And we can't prevent security breaches, but we can empower the persons to look at it, to be able to detect it, to be able to deal with it. And that means we need to empower, educate, train persons much more. So I think we need also different mindset. I think that's very important.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? Yes, the back there. Yeah.
I'm very interested in this focus on the human. Now, aren't we? Am I here? Isn't it a massive task? I mean, there's so much information. How does the average human be able to go and deal with it? Having to go, I mean, you were suggesting looking at your bank account, looking at what the state owns. How many people are capable of managing and looking at that in a reasonable way and being able to cope with it and not overwhelmed?
Right. Tell us.
Yeah. Well, I think that also refers to where I ended my previous response with. The systems are not designed around humans. We design systems because we can collect the data, we give a massive information overload, we provide them all kinds of things. When we construct a system, we just are patching, adding new devices to it, extending it without looking at the wall, so there will be more information for the humans, and at one stage our cognitive abilities are bounded about its rationality, then humans can't process it anymore. But that's the way we deal with our systems, because we assume that we deal, we increase the complexity, we adding all kinds of things to it without having a more human-centered approach. And we're good at talking about human-centered approach. We're very good about it. We always talk about it. But when we look at what's the reality, we do a lousy job about creating a reality about user-centricity. So we should maybe do it the other way around. So assume that there's a human driving a car, and you want to have it autonomous. So what should a human have? Maybe there's already some warnings from on the highway, probably nothing will happen. But if you're closing to some kind of junction or something like that, which might be risky, you can already get a warning or something like that to help the human better, so that human can then not be all the time awake and alert, because that's impossible, but the other way around. I'm just thinking loud now. It's not my expertise, automatic driving, but you can think in that ways. Also over here, when I look at the number of devices over here, it's easy to hack. Probably the whole world would be able to view the cameras if it would be possible, violating also the GDPR and those kind of things. So we also have to think about other ways. From what I didn't mention when I was talking about intelligence, that a lot of devices at the edge, they lack the memory, they lack the processing capability to be able to deal with the data in an intelligent way. They become very vulnerable. That's why we also have those hacks with millions of devices that are hacked and then used to attack. Denial of service attack or something like that, because those devices are not suitable. And how do we look at the devices? They should be cheap, but we forget if they're cheap, we can't update them. No new security update, so in 1 or 2 years they are old-fashioned. And I like the example of the passwords with the zeros in it. Things like that happen. So you can't assume that people make the correct choice and buy something that's more expensive and more secure. Or you can't assume that people will immediately change their password if it's not asked for it, because they might not even be aware of it. And I think that's also your question about information overload and the problem. People simply don't know it. So we should deal with that in a different way. If there's a device, the first question would be, enter a new password or something like that to prevent such a mistake. The second one would be, in 2 years this device will not be working because it will not be updated anymore. So you buy something for 2 years instead of thinking, I buy something for 10 years. But if you buy something that's a little bit more expensive, you might deal with it in 5 years time. Things like that. That has to do with the accountability, transparency. So I think we have to change our complete mindset on it, and there's a role for the government in it. Governments, they are really, but probably also the United Nations for that. We have to change the way we deal with our devices and our networks and those kind of things.
So you're saying it's fundamentally a design problem? That's what I'm hearing. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm a bit biased. I'm sorry. I'm engineer by education, so I look at it from a design point of view. But I'm sure that if you ask somebody from social science, the person will view it from a different point of view. And I think with the panelists, we all took a different view on the problem. I'm sorry that I'm biased.
We had another question over there.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Gonçalo Dias from the University of Aveiro in Portugal. And I really would like you, if possible, to comment on how can many times small organizations like local governments cope with all this complexity related to cybersecurity and GDPR and privacy. And from my experience in Portugal, we did some studies of the use of HTTPS by municipalities in Portugal, and the majority of the municipalities were not even able to properly configure their web services in order to secure the communications with the citizens. And that's a rather simple task. So my question is, do you perceive this small dimension and small and low technical resources of small municipalities as a problem, both for cybersecurity and privacy? Thank you.
Thank you. I actually want to add to that, because perhaps you can address these two things together. I mean, I'm interested in, I suspect, particularly from your response to the previous question we had, that there are a lot of tools out there to improve security. And for me, one of the problems is communicating those tools to people in municipal governments, for example, who are trying to implement them. And so perhaps at the same time, you can just answer the question, to what extent are there tools that can help with this, and how do we get people to know about them?
On both. Let me start with the second part, whether we do have tools and solutions, cybersecurity solutions. And, well, of course, not only for pure IT systems, but also for cyber-physical systems, IT and OT integrated. The answer is yes, we do. But the problem is not having the tools. The problem is putting them together and having the human staff that will be able to do that in a particular installation, and not only put it together and put it into operation, but also be able to monitor it, because this is not a just once-off thing. Like the example with HTTPS that you mentioned, yes, of course, we can find ways of making all municipalities use in their web pages HTTPS, but this will be only one instance. The moment that some additional website of the municipality comes into life, if we have not made sure that there is the expertise available at the municipality to do that in the new installation, we just lost the game. It's game over, because all this is connected, and therefore only one vulnerability in one system will be able to propagate within other systems. To come to the first part of the question, your original one. A few weeks ago, I gave a seminar to the Association of Municipalities in Norway, and it was for IT staff. The seminar was a part of a series of seminars on cybersecurity. And of course, my particular contribution was about IT and OT systems. Whereas there is knowledge about IT security to some extent, issues like IT and OT integration and how to secure them are completely not among the knowledge that such people have. And still, even pure IT system security is a problem. So the question is, I mean, you just confirmed what my experience is with Norway, but it happens in Portugal as well, and I'm absolutely certain that it happens in Greece as well as in other parts of the world. And this is why my first bullet point on my concluding remarks slide was the need for training, education, and awareness. Of course, one might argue that we can outsource the problem. And yes, the answer is yes, we can do that. But we can do it at the municipality level or at any other organization level. But this, again, does not solve the once-off tick-the-box approach, for one hand. And second, it might not be that efficient, even though it would depend on the size of the organization. And let me give you an analogy. When the GDPR came into operation, one of the requirements is to have a data protection officer in the organization. Now, several organizations that are of smaller size simply cannot afford it. So what is the trend there? Well, the trend is have a shared DPO. And A whole bunch of people have started offering these services, and they're doing good money. They're making good money out of it. Apparently the same trend has started about a couple of years ago, particularly with the pandemic, because organizations realized that they need a CISO, a Chief Information Security Officer, that would take care of information security within the organization. But again, a smaller organization cannot possibly afford to have a CISO. So the trend of the shared CISO has appeared. And now we have consultants acting as information security officers for a number of organizations. Now, this is not exactly the same as outsourcing everything, because of course the CISO has not responsibility for implementing things, but he or she has the responsibility for managing the whole affair, and also of course overlooking it. So possibly this is one way to start the ball rolling, also in municipalities. And by start the ball rolling, I mean it won't work without appropriate training of the IT staff within the organization. But also keep in mind, cybersecurity is not the responsibility of an IT. This is also another common misconception. It's the responsibility of everyone, and particularly of management, because after all, cybersecurity is about securing your assets. And this is what management does. It's not what IT does. So I hope I provided some ideas.
Excellent, thank you. We are sadly out of time because I'm sure there's many other things that we could discuss. So I'd like to take the opportunity just to thank the panel for a very interesting morning and thank the audience for their contribution and questions. I'm sure there'll be opportunities to ask further questions over coffee. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. First of all, let me thank all of you for attending this virtual roundtable session of UNU-EGOV 2021. I wish we could be there in Athens, Greece, but not possible this time. It is with a great pleasure that I welcome all the distinguished speakers, and I'm quite sure that we are going to have an interesting debate around digital inclusion, inequalities, and government initiatives during the COVID-19 pandemic in Latin America. My name is Alexandre Barbosa, and I'm the head of the Regional Center for Studies on the Development of the Information Society, CETIC.br, which is a Category 2 center from UNESCO at the Brazilian Network Center, NIC.br. I will moderate this roundtable with this incredible group of panelists that gather representatives from Latin American region and from different sectors, including academia, civil society, and international organizations. And before I start, let me give you a bit of context about the discussion today. Our debate will address socioeconomic disparities in Latin American countries, trying to make a link between government initiatives during the COVID-19 pandemic and digital government. And Latin America, for those that don't know well the region, is a region marked by a huge socioeconomic inequality, and therefore a huge digital exclusion. And socioeconomic and digital gaps already existed, of course, before the pandemic, and they were exacerbated, I would say, by the adoption of social distance measures and the closure of schools, commercial establishments, and other public spaces. And we saw that this type of measures happening in many, many countries, right? So we could say that social distance measures highlighted the potential role of digital technologies and internet connectivity for the continuity of almost all of our daily activities, everything we do, such as remote education, telework, telemedicine, electronic shopping or e-commerce, and needless to say, access to public services. So when it comes to digital government, we could see that public organizations really endeavored to adapt their policies almost overnight. Nobody expected that pandemic. So we could include in this context strategies to guarantee online provisioning of public services in many sectors, such as education, healthcare, or even to new strategies and policies to ensure emergency and financial aid. We saw this in many countries. Here in Brazil, we had a huge program of financial aid for the vulnerable families. And I would say that besides the rapid change to ensure digital government initiatives, it was necessary to guarantee that individuals could use digital technologies, such as a proper device, not only mobile devices, and internet connectivity to access information or even to access public services online. But what we see that even before the pandemic, low internet connectivities, the internet penetration in households, and the lack of digital skills in many countries did affect online opportunities in the region, particularly, as we probably can imagine, in those vulnerable segments of the population in almost all Latin American countries. So having said that, the main objective of the debate today is to discuss how the Latin American countries adopted initiatives to minimize exclusion, provide digital services to the population, and to explore how government in the region were able to increase digital inclusion as well as access to public services online. Well, we will now start our debate, and we will have short presentations from our invited speakers addressing this challenge in the access to digital government in Latin America during the pandemic, and also showcasing relevant initiatives and research, and also best practices regarding the implementation of social policies. So I will give to each one of you about 10 to maximum 15 minutes to each speakers. And after all the presentations, if time allows, I will open the floor for questions from the audience. We have online participants and also people that are in the physical room in Athens. So let's see if we have we can left some time for questions. And I will wrap up the discussion at 5 minutes before the hour. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Alejandro Patiño, who is a senior specialist and researcher at the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, UNU-EGOV. Alejandro, it's a great pleasure to have you here with us today. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello, Alexandre, and the pleasure is mine. Thank you, obviously, for the invitation to the panel and for sharing some of the work that EGOV has been doing on this topic. Greetings to all the people that are joining the panel and the rest of the colleagues of the panel. I will now show you the presentation, so give me a few seconds. Well, first, I would like to say, for those who doesn't know about EGOV, EGOV is the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. It's one of the 5 regional economic commissions of United Nations. We are based in Santiago, Chile. So some data about the context, Latin America and the Caribbean was most affected developing region by the COVID crisis. For example, in relation to deaths, the region represents around 27% of world mortality, where it only represents around 8% of the population. Obviously, this highlights the fragility of the health system in the region, in health services, but also other causes of economic and social nature. Obviously, the digital technologies have had an enormous role during the pandemic. Changes that we thought would take years to months. For example, this is one indicator, but we see that the growth of domestic bandwidth consumption between March 2020 and March 2021, Latin America growth around 47%, compared to other regions like Europe and Asia Pacific. We can see other indicators that are also showing how the digital adoption advanced during COVID. We gather some information about data traffic for some sites, and we see, for example, that data traffic to telework solutions increased around 300%, and to other apps used for e-learning around 60%. We also saw that, for example, websites increased tremendously during the pandemic. For example, around 8 times in Colombia, Mexico, and 4 times in Brazil and Chile. So all these indicators and many others are showing us that the tremendous leap that digital technologies took during the pandemic, and they show us the importance for economic and social resilience during the crisis. We also have seen that obviously during COVID, many countries and governments have took diverse type of measures to try to ease and facilitate access to internet services regarding accessibility, affordability, traffic manager, for example. Regarding accessibility, we saw several countries give subsidies for internet services, or also roll out initiatives that ease the deployment of infrastructure, for example, granting temporary spectrum. On affordability, governments also have urged operators to provide fixed and mobile internet services at low cost and be more flexible with the cut of services regarding non-payment. On traffic manager, for example, also measures that seek to reduce costs to data traffic on topics like health and education. So we have seen also a lot of engagement from governments to try to maintain, ensure, and give continuity to internet services. Even though we have made tremendous progress regarding the adoption of digital technologies and the adoption of internet in the region, we still have also huge gaps that are conditioned by income, age, or territory. For example, if we see internet access in Latin America is strongly linked to income. On average, there is almost 40% point gap between the total population that uses the internet in the richest quintile and the poorest. Also, for example, if we see significantly higher internet access between individuals aged between 15 and 34 compared to those between 65 and 74, and even worse on individuals over 74. So there's still various factors that are conditioning digital inclusion. There is still, on average in the region, very low connectivity and access to internet, fixed broadband internet to households, around 14%. 1/3 of the population has limited or no access to internet due to their economic condition. Even in urban areas, 33% of households are not connected. We can see also during the COVID that 32 million children between 5 and 12 years old cannot do e-learning and live in houses that don't have internet connections. Around 80% of employed workers cannot do telework because of the type of their work. So even though internet and digital technologies could have an enormous impact on productivity and growth, it's a still condition for several factors that have affected digital inclusion. Also, we have seen there's during these years that several countries are also advanced on policies and agendas that try to promote the digital adoption. For example, in the latest review we had made of 27 countries in the region, 16 have current digital agendas that are being implemented, while only require a new plan or a refer. Nevertheless, if we try to review some characteristics of these digital agendas, we find that still there is some issues that need to be resolved. For example, public consultations on strategy design, the creation of multi-sectoral coordination mechanisms, or having explicit budgets are few common features in Black digital agendas and issues that needed to be taken into consideration to improve, obviously, the design and the implementation of these tools. Also, we see policies and around specific topics like connectivity or say sectoral agendas on agriculture, industry, or educations, or health, we will still also see some characteristics that need to be resolved. For example, on natural broadband plans tend to be very general still. Although most of the countries have universal access and service funds financed by private contributions, not all of them uses for connectivity. There is also an underutilization of available funds and many other issues regarding connectivity. If we try to also review some of the characteristics of the specific agendas at sectoral level, we see obviously that sectoral bodies and sectoral institutions play a key role in developing these policies. Nevertheless, this type of policies still varies between countries and sectors, and need to be more aligned to a national digital agenda. So to wrap up, as I mentioned before, there is a huge opportunity to use digital technologies to impact growth, innovation, and productivity. The pandemic hit tremendously the GDP in our region. Even though this year we're going to see important growth in GDP in the region. For example, by 2022, 19 countries out of 33 countries in the region will not have recovered their 2019 GDP. So there is still, I would say, a risk of maintaining the low level of growth and productivity we maintained before the pandemic. So we urge governments to use digital technologies, to use innovation, to keep up productivity growth. There are some priorities, some areas that governments need to focus, or we think that invest. Obviously, digital infrastructure is key. Obviously, to promote digitization of businesses and especially SMEs. Invest in digital skills at all levels of education, and obviously continue towards universal access. So that's it. I give you here some documents that I use for the presentation. So if you want to have more information, you can visit the links. So once again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, for keeping the time, and also for providing such an interesting presentation. As you mentioned, digital agenda in Latin American countries is still an issue with not very homogeneous type of policies regarding connectivities, and also for highlighting all the gaps, socioeconomic gaps and income gaps and age, etc. And I think I'm a super fan of CEPAL works, because I think that you in CEPAL are able to not only compile the data, but also to drive policies in countries and to promote this debate. So really, thank you so much for your generosity in providing this interesting presentation. Well, our next speaker is Mr. Pablo Orifche, who is a strategic advisor on digital transformation at the Inter-American Development Bank. Pablo, so nice to see you again, and thank you so much for having accepted our invitation. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you and give you the floor. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks, UNU-EGOV, and thanks, CETIC Brazil, for this kind invitation. I will talk about the Uruguayan experience in the digital strategy for COVID-19. Let's talk a little about my country. Uruguay is in South America, close to Brazil and Argentina. We are a very small country. We have 3.5 million people. And in the last 5 to 10 years, our hallmark is equity. We designed the entire digital transformation based on this principle. My country is a benchmark in our vision. We are leaders in digital government, digital rights, digital health, cybersecurity. We are also part of the Digital Nation Group. And in the health sector, we work together with PAHO, and we are members of SNOMED International to access to the most important clinical terminology, SNOMED CT. And we also participate in the Global Digital Health Partnership. Here in my country, we build public policy with our flagship, equity. So we have universal access to the internet in our homes. We have full connectivity. We have a digital identity. We also have only one user to log in to government digital service. This was a very good approach to go forward in this really scenario that COVID-19 challenged us. And we also have digital health or digital health records, digital medical records. A few years ago, we created our digital health initiative. It's called Salud.uy. This initiative depends directly of the presidents, and he has a steering committee in which the delegate of the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, the digital government, of course, and the presidency of the Republic participate in this committee. And the main mission of this initiative is to promote the intensive use of the ICT in the health sector to improve quality and continuity of care. Some difference between another initiative is that this one is for the entire ecosystem. Our focus is for the entire ecosystem. So it's not just for the public sector. We work together with, obviously, the Ministry of Health, but public agency, healthcare providers, private and public, pharmacies, laboratories, civil society, universities, non-profit organizations, IT providers, vendors, and international organizations. So let's have a look at the timeline of our initiative. This kind of initiatives are a long-term project. We start over 2012, and after that, we just build community as a community of practice. We work for, we really work for a shared vision of where we must go, that future state we must go, and we began to design our health platform. After several years later, we made some connectathons. We implement an adoption plan, and when everyone was ready with the health information system, has adopted standards, after that we start sharing clinical data. That was 2 years ago. At the same time, we published the citizen portal with full access to the digital health record. Last year and this year, we focus obviously on the national digital strategy for COVID-19. But how do we design our platform? Each healthcare provider has its own health information system. In our central platform provided by the state, we do not have any clinical data. The only thing we have is a patient database, a registry of clinical documents and where they are, a list of health institutions that provide health services, and finally, a database of all clinicians and professionals of the health teams. And all healthcare providers, public and private, are connected to the platform with a private network. So we designed a 5-stage adoption plan. From the beginning, our obligation was for everyone to move forward in a uniform and homogeneous manner. Today, all healthcare providers are in stage number 5. This adoption plan significantly increased the level of maturity of the entire ecosystem in terms of digital health, in terms of use of standards, in terms of cybersecurity model, and increase the level of change management. So the goal for 2020 was that near 100% of the patients have at least one clinical document registered in our national platform. That was a very challenging goal. And at the end of the last year, 90% of the total production of health events in the country, all we do in the last months of the year, must be informed to the platform. Well, that says that it must be digital. So, together with CETIC Brazil, we carry out some surveys to measure the use of ICT in the health sector. We did this exercise since 2014, every 2 years. Now we are finishing the last one. So we currently have a baseline, and we have information on how this initiative positively impacts digital health KPIs. So how we are today? We have almost 10 million of clinical events coverage, and we have plus 95% of all citizens in my country have access to their digital health records, and they have at least one digital clinic document registered, and plus of 82% of the production of clinical events are registered on the last months. This is how we are today. Let's go to the COVID-19 scenario. On March 13, 2020, we have the first confirmed case with COVID-19, and immediately our government takes directives with the message of staying at home. And the strategy they promote will be tracking, testing, and isolation. So as soon as the person presents any kind of symptoms, relations with COVID-19, we must go with the consultation and with the test at home. This means it was an opportunity for the telehealth. Remember that in our country, there was no mandatory quarantine. So the government appealed to social responsibility, just to stay at home and physical distance. So what we do in a digital perspective, our first deployment was a mobile application called coronavirus.ui. We published it 3 weeks after the first case was confirmed, And after that, we have several implementations to get fully functionality. So now the apps includes video calls with doctors, system reports, positive follow-ups, digital tracing, providing the possibility to schedule vaccinations, and the declaration for people arriving into the country, and much more information to go against the infodemia. Today we have up to 2.5 million downloads. Remember that we are 3.5 million people, and more than 1.5 million activation of the exposure notifications. So we were the first country in the Americas to implement exposure notification, and the third in the world. That is why our president received some letters from CEO of Apple and Google. But while we are developing this application, we also develop a chatbot for those who use WhatsApp, Facebook, or the World Wide Web, any page of the web. And we also request to include this webbot on the site of the healthcare providers, and on the site of the Ministry of Health, and in the site of all the governments. So we also implement more channels for the citizens, and we also implement a call center to receive obviously phone calls for them. All the information we receive from any channel is stored in a central repository. Why? Because we can assign directly each case to a healthcare provider, avoiding saturation of the health system. And all of you know what happens when the people need to communicate and they don't have a case than a call doctor that a doctor called you. So this solution avoid the saturation of the system. So we all this information, we create new health process, and we optimize the use of health results. This can be done because we have the entire ecosystem connected using standards, sharing information, and we have only one digital strategy to fight COVID-19. This was possible thanks to have a significant advance in digital health for the entire sector. Now we are implementing the digital documentation of the COVID-19 certificate for the next phase, and that QR must be able to be homologated to access to Europe and the United States. In this project, we are working with 5 more countries in a regional public good to implement this certificate to create our LAC Pass. That's the name of our regional initiative. And this project is financed by the IDB. I will finish here with a phrase of our president. Thank you very much for allowing me to tell you about the experience of Uruguay, of our health initiative. So I stay here for any question, and thanks again, ISCOV and CETIC Brazil and Alexander for the kind invitation.
Thank you so much, Pablo. This is really amazing. You know, I always say that, of course, Uruguay is a small country, but with a big strategy. And it's not because we have a small population that everything works so well when you have a real digital nation. It's because of vision and strategy. And we Brazilians are very happy to be a neighbor, such a nice neighbor as Uruguay. So thank you very much for sharing this amazing experience in Uruguay in the health during the pandemic. But of course, that Uruguay is also well known for universal education with the Plan Ceibal, which is just an amazing program. Well, so let's move to the next.
One laptop per child, Alexander.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Pablo.
much.
It was really a very good presentation. Now it's time to give the floor to Manuela Maya Ribeiro from CETIC.br. Manuela is the coordinator of ICT Electronic Government Survey and different related research at CETIC.br. Manuela, thank you so much for being here with us today. Please, you have the floor. And thank you for bringing the Brazilian experience in measuring government and also the approach during the pandemic in Brazil. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Thank you, Alexander. I'm going to share my presentation. 1 second. Here, I hope you can see.
Yes, Manuela.
Okay. Hi, I'm here today to talk to you about digital inclusion, inequalities, and government initiatives during the COVID-19 pandemic in Latin America, specifically regarding data from Brazil. And this data comes to us from CETIC.br surveys. As pointed out by Alejandro Patiño, inequalities in internet access are always an issue in Latin America. The table here shows data reported by countries to the International Telecommunication Union in the last 3 years. And we can see disparities in the proportion of internet users among the countries in the region. There is a group of countries with higher proportions of internet users, for example, Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, and Costa Rica. And on the other hand, there are countries as Guatemala and Honduras that less than 50% of their population were internet users. So in general, internal inequalities among Latin American countries are responsible for different usage among population, according to individuals' age, gender, family income, level of education, and socioeconomic status. And in this moment, especially last year, but also this year, to fight COVID-19, data is fundamental to support decision-making. But of course, it's hard to collect data right now because of social distance and other measures to contain the pandemic. And to overcome this difficult, CETIC innovated its data collection process. Last year, CETIC collected data via different methodologies on how individuals were using internet during the pandemic, which you can see here in the presentation. The ICT panel COVID-19 measured online activities during the pandemic through a web survey, and the ICT Household Survey 2020 innovated it via mixed data collection methods to produce our annual publication about how the population access internet in Brazil. Here at the bottom, you see the variety of data types that we collected last year. In the next slide, I would like to talk about another issue that is related to online activities. Oh, sorry. Here, no, the next one will be about activities. But first, I would like to show the charts that show the proportion of Brazilian internet users. It's broken down by age group, level of education, and socioeconomic status in the last 10 years. And internet using has grown in Brazil But even with more people accessing internet, inequalities remain. For example, among the population 60 years old or older, almost 20 million people were not internet users in 2020. So we still have a portion of Brazilian population that cannot benefit from online opportunities, especially among vulnerable groups of the society. Another issue is related to online activities. There are also difference in the proportion of online activities among Brazilian population. Before the pandemic, the most common online activities included sending instant messages or using social networks. And the orange color here indicates usage. So the bigger the orange area, the more users. And regarding digital government, as you can see, looking for information provided on government websites was among the least common online activities before the pandemic. And with COVID-19, internet user activities in relation to digital government went up. So we can see that here in blue. In 2020, actually, we saw before 2020 a stable number of users that said they looking for information provided on government websites or carrying out some type of public services. But in 2020, many more internet users looked for information about or carried out some type of public service online. But again, we still have some disparities among regions, age groups, level of income, and education. Non-EGOV users are generally individuals with low income and level of education, as well as part of older age groups. Here we see the highest demand areas during the pandemic. This was published in the ICT COVID-19 web survey report. And online activity around government service went up significantly, especially labor rights, social welfare benefits, personal documents, and public health information. It is also important to highlight that not only people interact with government online more during the pandemic, but they also reported higher levels of access to digital transactional services. Even so, a portion of the population in Brazil reported tech barriers to receiving the federal emergency aid, a program that was exclusively online. This was due to issues such as digital literacy and or quality of internet connection or device the population had. Here we are looking at access provided by government, the supply side. Our last data is from 2019, and we are currently collecting data for ICT Electronic Government 2021 survey, but we can identify some challenges for providing public services online in Brazil before the pandemic. And one problem is that most government organizations in Brazil did not provide transactional services, such as obtaining documents online. And we can see almost all of them already have websites, but they don't provide services that could be accessed entirely online. The pandemic arrived with many expectations regarding use of technologies, especially emerging ones, to contain its effects. But before the pandemic, most governments were not using these technologies, at least in Brazil. For example, less than 1/4 of Brazilian government organizations perform big data analysis, and less than 10% had chatbots on their social networks. Here we can see the source of big data broken down by total and level of government. And in general, smart device, social media, or GPS were not used by governments to collect or analyze data pre-pandemic. So these tools had been developed during the pandemic. So next year, if you discover that they are doing so now, it means they will have started using emerging tech during the pandemic itself. Finally, here we have some challenges for the region in the post-COVID context. First, Latin America continues to suffer from many social inequalities. As told before, COVID-19 did not change that. In fact, the pandemic exacerbated these inequalities, and public policy and regulations can be fundamental to change this scenario of exclusion, especially among vulnerable citizens who in general need more government services. Second, with more people using internet, new and more forms of digital exclusion appeared, such as quality of internet and digital literacy skills. Third, based on data from Brazil, governments must provide transactional services and find a way that people can access online service. It is also important to have multiple channels because we still have a population in vulnerable conditions who need alternative ways of access to public services. And finally, challenge is to guarantee that even in the future, UNU-EGOV users could still interact with government online, even after the pandemic. So I would like to say that I shared only a few indicators from CETIC.br surveys. I invite all of you to visit our website. We have many publications in Portuguese, English, and Spanish. Thank you for your attention. From now, I'm available for questions, comments, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuela, very much for this interesting presentation with concrete data and results from the ICT-EGOV survey, and also for the, as you said, the panel, ICT panel that was implemented as a contingency plan during the pandemic. Well, now it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Professor Lorena Barberia, who is a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of São Paulo. Professor Lorena is doing an amazing job in the context of Latin America in terms of analyzing policies and conducting very important research. Professor Lorena, once again, thank you so much for your time today with us. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope everyone can see my screen. And thanks for the kind introduction. I'm going to be presenting and talking about work and trying to give an example of, as Alexandre was explaining, as part of the pandemic, part of the work that we're doing is we created the Solidarity Research Network in Public Policies and Society. And part of the work that we've been doing in the pandemic is to try to monitor public policies and evaluate the impact at the federal, the state, and the municipal level in Brazil, but also compare and understand what's happening in Latin America. And I'm going to talk specifically today about a project that I'm recognizing the students that work with me on this project, which we're trying to track and understand what happened when schools were closed with remote education cognizant of the fact that even as we started to reopen schools, many schools adopted hybrid learning programs. So we didn't just fully go from closing for on-site schooling to remote programs only. In many localities and in many contexts, what we're noticing and what we're observing is that schools changed and schools had adapted from a purely online format, purely in-presence format to an online format. And the new reality is a hybrid format in which online learning is much more permanently integrated into curriculums. So we wanted to bring attention to this. Manuela's presentation is very appropriate for underscoring and helping to contextualize what I'm going to be speaking about, because we know about the tremendous inequalities that we see in terms of digital access. And so just briefly to talk really quickly, we're talking about in the programs we're evaluating, these are programs that only thinking about children and adolescents that are 19 age or younger. We are talking about 61 million Brazilians. So we're talking about a third of the population in Brazil. And it's important to understand that the majority of those students, if we think about where those students are enrolled in preschool education, in primary school, in later years of primary and in high school, the majority of those students depend on public education. So looking at and thinking carefully about what's happening in the public education systems is extremely important for us to be monitoring and tracking. So here I'm just providing data to give as a background. I don't want to go into all of the details because it's just, this is a talk meant to give an overview. But in that context, Brazil has a very highly decentralized public education system. And one of the challenges that's very important to underscore during the pandemic is within that highly decentralized public education system, the role of the Ministry of Education at the federal level is critical in ensuring minimum standards and ensuring kind of leading the charge in terms of how the decentralized system could work better. And unfortunately, we didn't have that during COVID. We had a lack of leadership at the federal level, a lack of coordination, and a lack of innovation in ensuring that education continued, led at the Ministry of Education. And so what happened, and what's very important to understand, is within that context, each system, each educational system at the state and the local level adapted and improvised and developed their own response to the pandemic in a very fragmented and uncoordinated fashion. Primary and preschool is primarily the responsibility of municipal governments. So when we're also evaluating the impacts of these programs and we think about early childhood education, that responsibility primarily fell on local governments. And if we think about in Brazil, that means over 5,000 governments at the local level across Brazil who are each designing their own remote education program. State education programs are the state schools primarily are also, they overlap in terms of primary education with municipal programs. And there's mandatory spending on there's mandatory requirements on how much should be allocated to education. But what's important to understand in the context of COVID is that those mandatory expenditures, because taxes went down as there was a recession, and as Alejandro was speaking about, as we see the collapse of the economy, tax collection went down, and that means that the mandatory caps on spending in education also decreased, because the emergency aid that state and local governments received from the federal government that aid was not tied or not stipulated on what expenditures should occur. And so what happens, and we're going to show data at the end, is that in the middle of the pandemic, we observe important and marked decrease in expenditures for allocation for education. And that's striking and important to understand as we think about the future and coming back and building back education in Brazil. So this is just talking about, as I explained, the fragmented response due to the lack of not having a Ministry of Education leading and coordinating what is happening, but also how quickly the pandemic surged and took place in Brazil. This is just 2020. The darker colors are where we see stronger school closures, and the lighter colors are where we see that school closures for in-presence on-site education was more flexible, and in some contexts was still continuing. So it's very important to be looking at, when we think about what's going on across Brazil, we need to be thinking about this huge variation that we see across a continental-sized country. And if we think about at the capital level, this is just a small sample for 9 cities, but also underscoring that heterogeneity in terms of, we can see that there's a strong variation in how long on-site closures took place across Brazilian capitals. And at the same time, one of the things that we did observe and that we know that occurred and is important for thinking about public policies is that there was a substantial delay in launching programs and getting these programs off the ground. So remote education programs, on average, in state programs took 38 days. But you can see, as I'm showing in this figure, there is some states in which it took more than 100 days to launch a remote education program. So students were left without school and a solution at a remote education program for over 100 days in some places. And this is a really important worrying sign, especially because when we start to look at the same thing at the state capital level, in some state capitals, and this is only a small example of a larger problem because we don't have the data for 5,000 municipalities in Brazil, but we see that the trend is even more marked in terms of the mean, right? The mean number of days it took to launch a remote education program was 48 days. And in some places, as we can see here, those difficulties lasted for almost 120 to 130 days in some state capitals in Brazil. So what did we decide to do as part of the work we're doing is we created an index to map remote education programs and to monitor what was happening. And we track first broadcast, so what modality is being used to transmit classes. We looked at access, and key to us here, because we're talking about the internet, is we wanted to look at if the internet received subsidies and if there was any type of chips that were distributed to students to ensure that they could access remote learning. And we also wanted to think about supervision and coverage in terms of thinking about which programs were being developed for which level of education. And this is just a quick overview of what happened in 2020 to give you a sense of the trajectory. And the left quadrant on the top, to just underscore, the majority of programs prioritize delivering education over the internet. We can see that there's less emphasis on TV and radio. And to the right quadrant, on the top right quadrant, to also show, when we look at what resources were provided to students, we can see that internet subsidies, less than 10% of programs in 2020 included some type of subsidy for internet access. And if we look at gadgets, that trajectory is even more small. So this is really important to understand because we have an asymmetry. On the one hand, the primary means of providing remote learning was through the internet. On the other hand, ensuring access for those students was not a part of most of the programs in 2020. And then the last graphs is just to try to, the last figures on the top, on the bottom right, is just to show the distribution between kindergarten, elementary, and high school, and trying to show that coverage is taking place across all of these types of schools. And we're looking at these issues across each program. The same thing happens with the state capitals. And just since we're for the sake of time, I'm not going to go into detail in going into each of these things, but just to underscore again that we continue to see the same pattern and trends. So what happens overall and what we observe is, in general, one of the things that struck us, we developed an index to say, if we gave a grade to, on average, what is the quality of remote education programs in 2020? On average, from March to October 2020, what is the grade, or what's the score we give a state government from 0 to 10? And here, just to underscore, the score is very low. And this is because, in addition to what I spoke about, the delay in giving these programs, we see a huge problem in terms of thinking about the overall coverage of the program, in thinking about access, in thinking about how this supervision is taking place. There's lots of factors that affect that these programs were scored quite poorly in 2020. The same thing happens for capitals, but the scores are even lower. And this is a figure, I'm sorry it's not as clear as I would like it to be, but it's just to underscore that the good news is that when we redid our evaluation and we looked at 2020 in the first semester, we see a dramatic increase in the quality of these programs. So whereas the mean score in 2020 is 2.1, by 2021, the mean score across state governments jumps to 7.8. So this is good news, but it's also tragic because it means that it took more than a year for governments to launch and improve a decent remote education program. And it shows that the speed in which public policy was able to react to the pandemic had a lot of problems. And we need to think about that and talk about that more systematically, because we need to build more responsive public education systems and public health systems to respond to future emergencies. So lastly, just to close, this is a slide to show when we evaluated and we think about, so on the left side, on the y-axis, we're looking at the score, the overall score of programs, and we're looking at, on a scale of 0 to 10, those programs that are higher up are programs that in generally have a higher score in 2020 for a remote education program. And on the x-axis, what we're looking at is the net reduction in education expenditures, because as I was thinking, once we take into consideration the increase in fiscal space that states have due to the exoneration of debt repayment requirements from the federal government, and due to the fact that there's additional resources being given to states during the pandemic, once we take into account and we allocate and we look at what was the overall net reduction in state spending, we can see that there's a pattern that's taking place. In general, the programs that had higher education remote programs are also the places where there was a less of a reduction in education. But the striking thing here to underscore is across all state governments in Brazil, we saw a net reduction in education allocation. And that explains partially why we haven't seen an investment in increasing digital access and ensuring that students have digital access. It's because education funding and education budgets have been cut in a moment in which schools are being rebuilt, infrastructure needs to be recreated on site, and at the same time, there's a new hybrid program in many schools that is taking place that is very difficult to build. So this is the last slide. I hope I didn't take too much time. And I wanted to just close by thanking very much Niki, because they have been strong supporters of our work in the Solidarity Research Network, and our work wouldn't be possible without the data and the support of your organization. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Lorena. It's just amazing, all this research you are leading, and it's amazing how we can see by the numbers that you showed that the lack of policy coordination leads to so many problems. I would say that 2020 was a lost year in education. It's very sad to observe that we took such a long time to put policies in place and lack of coordination. So it is very inspiring to hear you saying now these results and findings from your research. Thank you so much. Well, now I have the pleasure to invite Professor Maria Alexandra Cunha. Professor Cunha from the Fundação Getúlio Vargas here in Brazil is a senior professor and have been conducting so many research in terms of digital government and digital services in Brazil. And I would like to invite you, Professor, to share with us the most recent research based on the UN framework for local government. So you have the floor, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandre. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Alexandre for inviting me for this panel, and I would like to start by saying that it's not a concluded research; it's an ongoing research. So this is a kind of avant-premiere of presentations of our results. Share the screen. Oops. So, this research is the Brazilian version of the Local Online Services Index. And this Local Online Services Index is part of the UN-EGOV Index. It's a chapter in the publication. And we are performing the Brazilian version of this research. LOSI is a study assessing the government portals of selected cities. And it's a partnership between a strong cooperation between the UNDESA and the United Nations University. They want to know what is the current status of cities' online presence worldwide. And in Brazil is exactly the same methodology with two important differences. We want to know the current status of the city's online presence in Brazil. And this year we wanted to know the current status of cities' online presence, but especially looking at looking to the COVID-19 indicators. Our research is a partnership between our school, our institution, my institution, FGV, Fundação Getúlio Vargas, and CETIC, and we have the support of UNDESA and UNU-EGOV. So our methodology, we looked into the city hall websites for all the municipalities with more than 500,000 inhabitants. So we look for filling a spreadsheet, 41 Boolean variables of 53 cities. And we performed a double observation, and in some of the observations, the two researchers they had different observations. So a senior researcher look for send them back the observations, and they talk, and then they agreed in a singular mark. The research was performed from June to August, and we are now performing a quantitative analysis. And we have six dimensions: epidemiological information, health research information, communications and citizen services, transparency, accessibility, and financial aid. And Lorena, we looked for education information, but it was not possible to get this information from the website, so we gave up. And the city best ranked is Belo Horizonte, is the state capital where of the state capital of Minas Gerais, where Alexandre was born. So the best ranked city is Belo Horizonte. But we can see, I'm sorry, the slide is in Portuguese because the data, the results are very recent, but we can see that there are huge difference among the cities. We have in Brazil, we have 5 groups of cities. Of course, these just consider these big cities, and we have 5 clusters. The first one we call this, we named this cluster presence, but actually they are on internet. They have some information on COVID-19, but I think the pattern is no pattern among these municipalities. They have some information on epidemiological aspects, some services, some information, but still they have very poor information. We have a group we named information focused, pre-transactional. The pre-transactional cluster, the cities have some transactions services. It's the best group of municipalities with the best ranked group, but we hesitate in call them and name them transactional, so we named pre-transactional. And epidemic information focused, and finally citizen focused. The cities that are really focused in providing information to the citizens. So our conclusion is under construction because we are still treating the data, but we can see huge differences of COVID-19 local digital service in Brazil, in these big cities. We don't know the reasons, but we can we can think about IT capabilities, IT infrastructure, but also about political decision and political interest to provide or not provide the information and the services. So, thank you, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Maria Alexandra. It is indeed very important to measure local government initiatives because, in my opinion, at the end of the day, what really counts, the local government, the citizens usually will look for education or service or safety or whatsoever with the local government. Sorry. So it is a very important initiative. I know that the research is an ongoing research, but I'm really looking forward to see the final results of this methodology that you are adopting from the UNDESA and UNU-EGOV. Thank you so much. Well, I think that all of you were very well behaved in terms of time. So this is a good news because we have time for questions from the floor, from the participants. Also, I'm very happy to see a perfect gender balance panel, 50-50. This is not very usual. So happy to see that. Well, I would like to ask our technical assistants in the room if you have any questions from the room in Athens. It seems that we don't have any questions, but I do have questions here from the online participants. I have a question here that I think that we will address to Alejandro Patiño and Professor Lorena in terms of governance, how the level of national coordination among central and local governments, and also with the private sector, affect the results within countries. Is there any evidence on how successful were countries in the region in this matter, in terms of coordination and governance? We saw from Professor Lorena that the lack of coordination was a big issue in Brazil. But I would like to hear from Patiño and Lorena how this coordination affected government in this period. So maybe we can hear from Patiño first.
Okay, sure. Well, first of all, it's obviously really important to have better coordination at different government levels. What we have seen is that local policies and you can say digital agendas at local level are more important than ever. We have seen a lot of policies and strategies within the framework of the topic smart cities, you know, and we just right now we're doing a study on this issue, and we see that there are cities in Latin America that are really important and bigger than some countries. So the level of budgets that they have, the level of impact that they have in every aspect of lives are really important. So the coordination at national and local level are really important. For example, for one topic, deployment of infrastructure and connectivity. There are lots of bureaucracy at local level that needs to be solved in order to ease the deployment of infrastructure, and these require also a coordination between national level, local level, and having some standards and procedures in place to ease once again the deployment of infrastructure. And this is one of the topics that I think we need more work. Also, obviously, regarding education, we'll talk a little bit about that in the panel. It's a huge issue. That there are also connectivity policies that local agencies are carrying out. Very important: connectivity to public institutions, connectivity to schools, connectivity to other public offices. So all these topics are really, really important. The deployment of smart mobility or electric vehicles. Now there are other important issues regarding urban mobility. Is also a huge area that we need to have more coordination, better standards, and policy in place. Innovation, obviously, is another area that local governments are engaging to have more coordination. So I think that it's a huge issue there, and hopefully we will be able to have more coordinated policies in this area.
Thank you, Alejandro. And you had mentioned that the issue on policies regarding connectivities that are not well coordinated, and I think that in this regard, the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, the ELAC, that is coordinated by CEPAL, really plays a very important role as a dialogue platform that would engage countries around these more coordinated and more homogeneous type of policies, at least in terms of infrastructure and connectivity, because of course at the country level we have different realities, different contexts. So Brazil is very different from Uruguay and from Chile and from Mexico or Costa Rica, but at least in terms of connectivity, I think that ELAC platform is really an important platform for dialogue. And of course, as a digital market integration, because we are connected countries doing business and exchanging service and goods. So in my opinion, it is an important leadership of CEPAL in this regard. Thank you so much. Professor Lorena, any comments in terms of this coordination and governance mechanisms?
So I think all of the presentations today underscored that something that we've been insisting a lot of thinking about during the pandemic is that whether you have access or not to the internet is just as important as electricity or access to water and sanitation. And we don't understand that, or we haven't had a debate as strong, I think, and as important as we should about that. As during the pandemic, it's become very clear the way that governments in certain countries were able to send emergency alerts, were able to conduct contact tracing, were able to deliver education, all depended on having access to the internet and being able citizens to receive reliable information from reliable sources was key to responding more effectively to the pandemic. And I think we lost a strategic opportunity, and we're in, at least in Brazil, we're struck by how much it would have been important to provide incentives to companies and to the private sector to think about partnerships and ways that we could have maybe thought about new programs to launch in cooperation. Because we know that the private sector, for example, provided a lot of mobility data to help understand what was happening with smartphone users. But that's a very kind of small step for a much larger structural problem that we have in the region. And so we have to think about the incentives and the framework and what we think about in terms of the digital access as thinking about as a right of citizens to participate in societies. We need to be thinking more about that concretely. And I think that requires national governments to take the lead, because local governments and small initiatives can in no way structure that type of conversation or that type of policy, those types of policies. Those are national policies that need to be launched. And we're seeing that in other countries. So I think it's time to start thinking and asking, when are we gonna rise to that issue and that debate?
Thank you, Professor. I completely agree with you. I would like to mention the case of São Paulo local Secretary of Education that had an agreement with the mobile operators, private sector, to provide zero rating type of package for those low-income families, so the student would access without connectivity, with a broadband connectivity, would rely on 4G access in mobile or in a notebook or tablet to access educational content for free. So whenever the student is accessing the platform from that school, he or she would not pay for the data traffic. So public and private partnerships is really very important in this context. Let me provoke Pablo, Maria Alexandra, and Manuela. Maybe one thing that I would like to hear your opinion on what is the role of ICT to improve real-time data collection to face the pandemic, such as number of cases and vaccination data. Is there any evidence on how the level and quality of digitalization of public records, public health records, affected results in facing the sanitary crisis? So what's the role of ICT to collect the data, real-time data? Maybe we can start with Pablo.
Okay, yes, thank you for the question. Maybe my response is from the experience of Uruguay. I don't have any that data for comparisons with other countries in the region, but here in Uruguay, we as we show, we have the digital initiative. So all of our health cards were connected, and all of them have health information system. So for us, every confirmed case was in real-time access. Every test result was in real-time access. So we could go to the strategy of isolation more quickly. So and when we start bringing the vaccines, we have a schedule for all the population, and every day we schedule all the people. They go to a vaccination center, and in real time we know who was administered and who was not shown, for say that. So we have the real time information. We make some adaptations in terms of ICT. We have a data lake to collect all the information from all the information of the pandemic. So the Minister of Health can have real access to data to support decisions. So they make decision always informed, and they have we have some KPIs like the hardware indicates. So we know in which region, in which department, in where is the most cases confirmed. We can have all the clusters of the virus identified. So I think ICT is a preponderant role in this material, but I think that the Uruguay has this gap that was digitally with digital investment in the sector, so it was most easily to have this data in real time and access for the decision and for the political decisions. We remember the past topic. I want to say that one of our challenge is in terms of health is the digital brings more access, bring more capabilities, bring more opportunities for the inequalities, but we must ensure that this digital environment that not wide up does not widen the gaps in health inequalities. We must have this very present. It's a complement, and we must take care of that.
Thank you very much, Pablo. I completely agree with you. And now I would like to, Manuela, to hear from you. What do you think, in your opinion, is the role of ICT to improve real-time data collection? We before the pandemic in Brazil, we had different initiatives monitoring social media. If you remember the crisis of Zika virus crisis, we had so many initiatives monitoring social media to map where the most intensive dialogue in the social media, like Twitter or Facebook or WhatsApp, where we had more debate, it was more likely that in that particular region, we had more cases of Zika virus, etc. Now with the pandemic, we also saw some initiatives monitoring social media, doing web scraping in pages. What do you think, Manuela, the role of ICT in data collection?
I was thinking before in the first part of the question when you asked first, and I think the most, actually the main challenge is not only to have access to real data, but also have means to analyze them. In the case of Brazil, as I showed in my presentation, in general, even when public organizations are performing big data analysis, in general, they reported at least that they use other sources of big data and not this data that we are expecting to use to have real-time data from social media, smart device, and so on. We think that they are using more their old databases because governments have many information that they collect and have access. And the challenge maybe is not have access. Of course, for sure, it's important to have partnerships with private companies or other organizations that they have the skills to have access to this data. But we heard many cases that they have access to data, but they don't have the skills to analyze it. So I think the main challenge is not only, especially in the case of smart cities projects, or when you're looking for fighting against a pandemic situation like now, really have, it's necessary to have people to have proper computers in terms of data processing, in terms of softwares that can be, then the governments can be able to analyze data. So maybe I'm thinking about the next phase, but I think it's so important as have access to real-time data. So probably, I hope next year we'll have more answers about the reasons why governments in Brazil are not performing big data analysis or using chatbots and AI and artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. But I have this opinion that maybe the problem is not the technology itself, but not only actually, but also the capacities, the skills to analyze, have people and the proper capacity to analyze data and and we have an actual data for decision-making process in government. So this is the main challenge, not only from Brazil, I think, but we need to have more people that they are able to analyze this type of data.
Yeah, I agree with you, Manuela, because at the end of the day, what we are talking about is about data literacy. Our policymakers, in many situations, they are not even able to understand what data is saying or to analyze the data. So besides the data collection, of course, data analysis is a crucial activity, especially for decision makers, policymakers. Professor Maria Alexandra, in your opinion, what type of role the ICT plays in real-time data collection? You have been collecting data from the websites in local governments in Brazil. How do you see that you can improve this type of methodological approach for data collection?
Well, Alexandra, I would like to expose a different opinion. It's not exactly what you asked me, but I have a controversial opinion about public data and how to obtain it. I think the role of IT is also to collect data from public services, from public interest services, provided by governments or private companies. And I truly believe that it's not a matter of partnership, but data for public policies. And an example, communication is a public, and I don't know how to say it in English, public concession, public grant. How do we say concessão pública?
Public permission to explore.
Public
services.
permission, yes, public permission. And communication is a public permission. Transport is a public permission. And we have a lot of services that are provided by private companies, but they are public permission. So respecting, of course, the privacy issues, but these kind of data are public. We need them for public policies. And Lorena mentioned the mobility data, but it was in Brazil. It was like a gift from the communication private companies, and it was very complicated to obtain the data, and the data the companies wanted to provide, and not really the data that governments needed to act. So I think we should discuss this form to obtain data, because we are talking about evidence-based public policies or evidence-based policies, but the government doesn't have all the kind of data that they need. So it's important to talk about this. So it's not a method of methodological ways of obtaining the data, but a big agreement.
Yeah. I think that we are touching a very important and very up-to-date issue with related to having access to private data sets, like you mentioned, the mobile data from the mobile operators is very, very essential for policymaking. It's a very rich data source that, although the private companies operating telecom servers, they have a permission to explore the services, they don't provide access to data. There is no data share agreement. And I think that this is an issue that will require a lot of legislation to make certain types of private companies to provide access, of course, anonymous or anonymized data to policymakers. It is very important. UN is doing a very interesting activity or task force in terms of discussing access to big data sources and mobile data to produce official statistics. So not only mobile operators, but so many other type of private companies, they have such a rich data source that would facilitate the design of evidence-based policymaking. Yes, Professor.
Yes, like for example, Uber of traffic informations, and even iFood and this kind of delivery information, because it's we are talking about data in the cities and a rich collection of data, and very important to policy making. So
yeah,
we
definitely
should discuss this.
Yes,
And
definitely.
online
you're
data.
Right. Yeah, if you take tracking devices data or bank transactions data, they're all of social media data, all of them are so relevant to produce official statistics. And I think that the future of data collection, as have been said already by Professor Robert Groth from the US Census Bureau, he says that the future of data collection is a combined or a combination of different data sources, not only survey data, administrative data, but also these new data sources such as big data or traffic, sensor data, etc. Let me provoke a little bit more, since we don't have any questions from the room in Athens and neither from the audience. Let me provoke Alejandro Patino and Professor Lorena. In my opinion, we have a very important issue. Patino has mentioned about connectivity. It is still an issue. We saw Manuela has also shown data from countries in terms of broadband penetration and internet users. But there is something else that goes beyond connectivity, which is digital skills. So, Alejandro, if you could maybe share your opinion about how the lack of digital skills, especially in new emerging technologies such as AI, robotics, and big data, etc., how this lack of skills may affect the implementation of emergency digital services to face this sanitary crisis. Why I'm posing this question? Here in Brazil, the government implemented a benefit for low income and vulnerable families to provide X reais or dollar per family. But many, especially elderly people or digitally illiterate people, they could not access the services, and the service was 100% online. So we have a problem of digital skills. Many segments of low-income population in Brazil, they are able to use social media, such as Facebook or WhatsApp, but they are not able to make a transaction. They don't have the skills. So what do you think, Alejandro, and after Professor Lorena?
No, well, Alexander, for sure, this is a key issue. For example, regarding government services, We have seen through the years that e-government services have growth. Governments have been able to provide more and more different type of services through online channels. This is true for all levels of government. That if you see the data from the user perspective, or I would say from the demand perspective, collected by households surveys, the levels of use of e-governments levels are still low. They're very low compared to other, obviously, more advanced countries. So there's a gap, that we cannot forget. So we can be very very proficient and to provide these online services, but if we somehow we forget, or we do not tackle the issue of skills and use and demand, it's still an issue.
Yes.
And obviously this is I would say a multi-factor problems, or a problem with various dimensions. It has to do obviously with have a better curricula at a school level. It also has to do with have a better training or opportunity for training for different professionals. It has to do with also governments giving training options to citizens in different aspects. So it's a key issue. Another aspect that we're seeing about this is that and we gathered some data about this through some big data methodologies. We reviewed some data from online platforms for gig jobs platforms, freelancer and these types of platforms. And if we compare the supply of, I would say, IT professionals in Latin America in these platforms, compare with IT professionals on other, let's say, IT-related activities from in other more advanced countries, the gap is it's important. And we review this data regarding gender. It's even more larger. So girls from the supply side are less engaged, offering IT related services in this area. Obviously, these are jobs that are better paid than other type of services. So it's a very complex problem. It's very important, and I would say that social problems are even more difficult to solve than technology problems. This means that it's more easy to deploy antennas that to teach a child to learn how to code. And also it's very important, very complex, but I think it's to have a longer term vision.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alejandro. Let me give the floor to Professor Lorena to address this issue of digital skills.
So I think what we're seeing during the pandemic in the survey data on students that are accessing education that I think is important to think about is there's a large percentage of students that are, when we think about digital access, there's a digital divide between those who use smartphones or use some type of telephone. And digital access means basically interacting on a phone with the internet is a very different encounter than students that are having digital access and interaction on computers. And so I think even if we think about, once we think about, and in our case with remote education, we saw a very important disparity between those groups, that even among those students, when we think about the students that were able to access, it's very difficult to have education first. That was, in most times, what we realized is it's top down. So most of the governments that designed an education intervention, they design information to go from the government, or from, in this case, a school, to the student. But it's difficult to create new technologies and interaction in which students or society and citizens are able to participate and express, or to voice and interact in those streams. And so we saw that's one thing that we saw a big gap. And then the second thing is to adapt programs so that we ensure equity in the type of access and the type of participation that someone can do on a phone is the same as someone can do on a computer. Is very difficult to do. And I think that's a big challenge we face.
Yeah, definitely. Besides bridging the access gap, that we will close the gap soon with a mobile access, etc. But bridging the digital gap, skills gap, is an issue. Huh? So with that, maybe we're moving to the end of our session. Let me give the floor to Pablo, Manuela, and Professor Cunha. If you have any final message, 1 minute message, quick message that can be on digital skills or whatsoever. What is the main message for you, Pablo?
Perhaps the main message is that what I say, no? That we have an opportunity in a digital environment, that we have connectivity, we have bandwidth, we have interoperability, we have artificial intelligence, we have, among others, but we also, the challenge is that we need a more holistic and inclusive perspective. We need to know that the digital environment perhaps maybe wide that gap in other topics, in health access, for example. So when we think about digital transformation in any sectors, we never think the problem and the solution of that digital transformation in one's perspective. It's not valid. We need the wide approach. We need the holistic view. We need the inclusive view. We need to take care of the privacy, to take care of the digital rights, etc. Because we can go in inequities because we put all our eggs in the digital environment.
Thank you, Pablo, for these remarks. Manuela, a final remark, very quickly.
In my last minute, I would like to highlight that's very important to have disaggregated data by age, gender, race, and other socioeconomic variables, because as the review that I tried to show you about Brazilian context highlighted that collecting only national results or national information, national agendas can hinder information about vulnerable groups that are still struggling to access digital public services. So this is my last message. It is important to have data from different levels of government and different groups of the society. Thanks again for
Thank you, Manuela. A very interesting remark. Disaggregated data is very, very crucial for policymaking. Professor Cunha, you are on mute.
Thank you, Alexandre. My final remarks, I believe that the digital divide was an old-fashioned issue before the pandemic period. And the pandemic period showed us how complex it is, how cruel it is, and the importance of addressing it. And we need data, we need online data or real-time data, and we need quality, data quality. So I think this is the biggest lesson of this pandemic period.
Yeah.
Especially in the global South countries, this phenomenon.
Thank you so much, Professor Cunha, for highlighting the fact that we need quality data, comparable data, especially in the global South. You're right, I agree with you. Well, with that, I think that I will close now the session. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, the Greek government, for this bold initiative to have this hybrid mode conference. The EGOV conference is a very important debate forum at the international and global level. So thank for the government of Greece to organizing this and for allowing us to be remotely. I would like to be in Athens, but not this time. I hope that next year we can count on you again for another round table addressing important issues. I also would like to acknowledge and thank UNU-EGOV in Portugal under the leadership of Professor Delfina, and also UNDESA for jointly organize this so important conference. I also would like to thank Vicky and all the technical people here in the room that make this virtual conference run smoothly. And last but not least, a big thank to all of you speakers for your insights and for your generosity in sharing your views and sharing your data and research on this important topic of addressing inequalities in Latin America. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you soon again, not virtually, but physically. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
through the internet. Welcome everybody. So we'll be discussing data, and data is no doubt one of the most prominent faces of what is usually called the race of the everywhere, an expression coined to capture this increasing relationship of our own ecosystems with the technology and with data. This morning, in the keynote this morning, one of the speakers stressed the idea that data is probably one of the most valuable resources that we have today, rather than oil, for example, even if with a quite peculiar characteristic and a quite different nature. So talking about data, its impact, its ubiquity, the challenges it poses to the way our societies are organized, it is certainly a must. And that's why we are here today. What can we do with data? What will data do of us? You may remember this dialogue in the Alice in the Wonderland, when she asks, "Can you? Where shall I go from here, please, Your Majesty?" And the Queen answers, "That depends a great deal on where you want to get to." So it makes all the sense, I think, to discuss, to talk about data. And hence the topic of this session, as you remember, we need to talk about data and society we want to build with it. This title is partially taken from the report We Need to Talk About Data, framing the discussion around free flow of data and data sovereignty from the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, authored exactly by our keynote speaker, Lorraine Porciuncula, which I have the pleasure to receive here. It's really a great pleasure to have you here. So on behalf of the UNU-EGOV Steering Committee, my gratitude extends to the other panelists that will join us in a moment. Our session will follow a rather simple structure. We'll have the keynote lecture by Lorraine right now. And then we'll go immediately for the panel with brief statements from the two other panelists. And finally, we'll open the discussion to the audience. Okay? So I think this will allow us to make the maximum out of our time. So to begin with, our keynote speaker, as I said, is Lorraine Porciuncula, the director of the Data and Jurisdiction Program of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Her professional and academic experience has been focused on data, internet governance, infrastructure regulation, and communication policy. Previously, Lorraine worked as an economist at the ITU and later at OECD as the strategic advisor for digital economy policy, leading the production of several reports and country studies related to the topics, several topics that I already mentioned. Lorraine is an affiliate to the Berkman-Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard, conducting research on data for development. She holds a master's degree from Development Economics from the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Switzerland, and an International Relations degree from the University of Brazil in Brazil. Quite recently, she authored the report I just mentioned, We Need to Talk About Data, which will inform our talk today. So thank you very much for coming, and the stage is yours.
Good afternoon to all. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be here today. It is my first time at UNU-EGOV, and I hope it's not the last. It is my pleasure to be here with all of you. It's quite the responsibility as well. It's a room where I'm surrounded by experts and academics that have devoted their careers to the theory and practice of electronic governance. And my background is as an economist and internationalist, working on issues, as mentioned by the moderator, around internet governance, digital transformation, connectivity, infrastructure regulation. And throughout my career in international organizations, I have seen the topic of digital expand in scope and in complexity as well. I have also seen the rise of different policy silos that are increasingly specialized, from discussions around trade to taxation, privacy, security, health policy, education, agriculture, democratic participation on government services, digital cuts across all of those sectors. But what I have seen is also that each one of those policy areas often use their own vocabulary, and they talk very much within themselves and not really across areas most often. So how do we find common ground? For me, it starts by talking about data and the society that we want to build with it. And so my lecture today is an invitation for you to go on a journey with me and take a bird's eye view on some of the trends that I see happening in the international stage. And this journey has 5 stops. I'll start by walking you through some of the arguments we made in the report mentioned by the moderator already that I co-authored, which is called We Need to Talk About Data. And the report aimed at unpacking the polarizing notions of free flow of data on one side and data sovereignty on the other. Then I'll share with you a sneak peek on some of the work that we have been developing since this report around the notions of the data sphere. So let's start. So our first stop is on data. And the first step is to understand what data is like and what data is not like. And there are analogies everywhere. Data is the new oil, data is the new currency, data is the new labor, data is infrastructure, even data is the new avocado, it's used sometimes. And although analogies are useful for us to approach an unfamiliar kind of situations, taking them too literally can lead to misguided policy choices. And we see some important effects of that in different policy regimes. And data is multidimensional. And what does that mean? The world of data is growing, and it's diverse, and it's prone of overlapping modes of classification. And this complexity is further exacerbated by the variety of actors that are connected by nonlinear relations and value chains. Data also has unusual properties. So although you can certainly limit access to data, data is really different from traditional goods and services. It's a non-rivalrous resource, which means that the consumption by one consumer does not prevent simultaneous consumption by others. It's also a resource that can be replicated and combined in numerous value chains without being depleted. And because data is very contextual, it's also extremely hard to measure its value, as economists have found. So although the issue of location of data has been pretty much at the center of a lot of different policy debates, here what we propose is to take a step back and understand, why do we care about location so much of data? And wouldn't it be more useful for us to think about who's collecting, who's processing, accessing the data, and for what purposes, rather than exclusively focusing on where data is being stored or where it's being processed. And the second step in our journey is trying to understand what we mean by free flow of data. And first, free flow of data is a topic that is really high in different global policy agendas. And the principle of free flow of data is a direct result of the architecture of the internet. So the internet, as it's conceived, is all about data flows, and it's generally conceived to be agnostic about the content and the packets that are being transported. But at the same time, historically, the principle of free flow of data has been pretty much a reaction from concerns around data protection and privacy around the late 70s. And it only became a trade issue right at the end of the 90s. And since then, there has been very little advance in terms of finding a common vocabulary and also different ways to measure it in the trade realm, in the economic realm as well. And it has been pretty difficult in terms of addressing it in multilateral fora as well. And why? It's because the issue is very complex. And it's interesting because even on something like trade in itself, where free trade is advocated by default, complex frameworks are still necessary for us to address different and sometimes competing policy objectives, be them in terms of domestic interests or in terms of opening up nations. So that's not different when we're talking about free flow of data. And in terms of data, there are added layers of complexity when we want to address it in the international scene and in the national as well, especially because there are existing digital interdependence dynamics around data. So cross-border data flows raises various concerns, and they usually overlap dimensions of security, economic, and human rights concerns. And that is because the main difference for data is its properties related to big data and what is known as the 3 Vs, velocity, variety, and volume. And moreover, the speed of adaptation to the digital transformation is a concern in itself. And this is a real problem because it causes, because the government doesn't know how to react to it, often legal patching to solve some of the uncertainty that arises. And this causes more uncertainty. And it also causes a lot of confusion for individuals, for researchers, for businesses, especially small and medium enterprises that need to navigate a patchwork of regulations that often contradicts itself. And not only it causes contradictions, but also it reduces trust. And trust is really important. What we do know about the value of data is that it's maximized when it's flowing and it's used with trust across borders and across sectors. So how do we deal with the misuses while preserving a technical free transit for data? And that's a question that we haven't really been able to grasp with yet. And the third stop of our journey is on data sovereignty, which is on the other side of the spectrum, which is seen as a response to that question of what do we do about data flows and how do we deal with concerns that emerge. And unpacking the concept of digital sovereignty is important because it draws us to understand what do we mean by sovereignty. And sovereignty has a historical significance and a really powerful hold on the political discourse around the supreme authority of the state over a particular territory. And this is a foundational paradigm for our international system, as you all know. However, the non-geographic nature of the internet challenges this territorial concept. And the digital age really brings increasingly what we see, what we call normative plurality, meaning norms can be also done by code, for example, to cite lower lessigs, or it can be done through terms of services that platforms do. So the state itself doesn't really hold a monopoly of power of setting regulations entirely when we're talking about digital transformation. And there are influences of different actors that play an important role. So what is data sovereignty then? In a nutshell, it's a reaction by states to a sense of loss of control. It's also connected to a variety of related concepts: information sovereignty, digital sovereignty, strategic autonomy, for example. But what's interesting is that there is a multiplicity of policy objectives under one single umbrella called data sovereignty. And at the same time, that is not only about states, as many other actors have been calling for it. Corporations have been calling for data sovereignty, individuals, indigenous communities as well. And the conclusion that we draw from the study that we did is that there isn't a single concept of data sovereignty, but in it also that it's explained and perceived by different actors in different and conflicting ways sometimes. And not only that, there are real pitfalls to implementing data sovereignty because it comes in very different shapes. It can take the form of data localization measures and regulations that are enacted by different countries, or even less evident measures around contractual requirements that are put into place. And most importantly, the concept still very fuzzy, so the implementation of itself is prone to unintended consequences on different sectors and really systemic effects if it's generalized. So what's at stake here? Data connects with territories and jurisdictions in multiple ways. Therefore, what we argue is that this is very much an issue of enabling an ecosystem of overlapping and applicable rules and redefining the exercise of sovereignties in itself. And so where do we go from here? And I'll share with you the main conclusions and three main messages that we draw in the report. The first one is that we need to organize a global and multi-stakeholder debate, which is across sectors. That discussing the future of data and cross-border data flows cannot be limited just to a small group of countries. And that the characteristics of data, its collection, processes, and use needs to be socialized. And that designing, developing, and implementing any approach must involve all stakeholders, not only states, and that the discussion needs to cut across policy silos and be more cross-sectorial. The second message is that we need to have a more nuanced conversation building on common objectives. So to add to what moderator said in the beginning, where do we want to go? And that's the key point that is missing in the discussion. Because this is such a novel and complex issue, and because the characteristics of data are so unusual, and the use in its sectors in the different sectors is so diverse, and at the same time you have so many multiple norm setters in the ecosystem, we need to be cautious. We need to use analogies very wisely and be mindful of the concerns. So if you talk about data being oil, do we mean that we want to promote extractivism over data, and what are the relations that we want out of it? We also need to be understanding on what are the real concerns behind some of those measures, and look out for what the implementation pitfalls are when you're trying to counter certain risks. And at the same time, it's getting to the bottom line of what are our common objectives. Maximizing well-being, addressing concrete issues, defining the distribution of responsibilities in this ecosystem that continues to be more complex by the day. And the third message is that what we need right now is innovative approaches to understanding and dealing with this issue. That we need new tools, that we need new ways to understand norms, and also that we need new concepts to try to drive us there. And where does that lead us? To the fact that we need a paradigm shift. And I know that's sometimes an overused word and expression, but here what we think that we need to do, and with a group of people that have been working together, international jurisdiction and partners, is to understand data in a different way. So what would it mean if we actually shifted the territorial perspective on how we understand data and our perspective in our relationship with it? And we need this in order to foster the coordination between a diversity of actors, to raise awareness, but also to accelerate the adoption of concrete proposals to overcome what is growing tensions and unilateral measures happening all around the world, and to catalyze innovations in terms of technical policy and institutional issues. And what we're trying to do is to build a vision of the data sphere, which I'm giving you a sneak peek to today. And the concept of the data sphere can be useful for advancing a more holistic and innovative way to solve or to understand what data is, and invite stakeholders really to think about it from a different notional space, allowing us to deterritorialize the issue of data beyond national borders and to focus not only where data is stored, but also on its collection, access, and use. That is, the who and the how rather than the where. And the data sphere is also useful to look beyond the personal data angle towards non-personal data. So what's important here is that the conversation around data governance has been very much focused on issues concerning privacy. And although that's a very important step, there are other different policy objectives that play an important role there in terms of access to researchers and how they do their own research and governments in itself. It's more about we're at a stage where we're moving beyond going from a simple black and white, it should be open or not, to actually going towards what do we want this data to be like. And what's useful to talk about, the way that we find data sphere to be useful to understanding that is that it provides this space understood as an ecosystem where we can have, we can underline opportunity and the risks, but also in a way that that brings it across borders. Think about it as what the atmosphere or lithosphere and how they bring it in terms of the issue of the common good. And can we think about the data sphere at that common good, and how would we govern it if we saw it in those terms? And why does this matter? It matters because how we govern the data sphere will determine how we address major global issues. And the biggest of global challenges, think about the pandemics and climate change and how we can't address it just looking inside within national borders. But doing so as well will require multiple solutions. It won't be one single model that will solve and rule them all, but will probably be a fractal and a multitude of solutions that will have to be brought in together, addressing both horizontal issues concerning data, but also vertical ones across sectors. Because data is so contextual and because it's so unique in its use, we really need to think about how do we address the different tensions that are scaling up, and how do we address the lack of common vocabulary that we currently have and the perceived procedural vacuum. Because the truth is that so many of those policy discussions are happening in different spaces. So the goal here is how can we build a space where we can have those conversations in a more systemic way, in a way that really brings people together, drawing on different good practices that exist around the world in different policy areas, but also coming from the global south in terms of solutions that are already out there, and solutions that at the moment cannot be recognized as being potential solutions for cross-border challenges, such as data fiduciaries and data collaboratives and new data in innovative models. So this is I couldn't end up my lecture with the last line on hope, and I think that's what Kofi Annan brings to me when I read this quote. And I was asked in a panel that I attended recently if it was possible at all for us to address the mess that we've caused in terms of different regulations and the uncertainty around how we address this. And my answer was quite clearly, we can't afford not to. There are other global issues that that I feel like are much more urgent and out of our control. But really finding a creative way to address how we deal with the presence of the internet and data in our lives and how it affects different public policy domains and companies, we just need to find a different way to do it. So this is my invitation for you to think about data and talk about data in a different way, in the way that it has been approached so far, and thinking about it as an ecosystem and our relationships with it, different social groups and infrastructures that relate to it. And that's it.
Thank you very much for your very inspiring trip around data. And so it's my pleasure to invite now the two other panelists to join in this trip. So Usman Abduli from Nigeria and Eftimios Tambouris from Greece. Please take your seats here. So we are now the four of us in this table. It's really my pleasure to have these two colleagues present in this session. Let me just give you a short bio of each of them. Usman Abduli is the Director for Information Technology Infrastructure Solutions at the Nigeria's National Information Technology Development Agency. Prior to joining the agency, he served as Director for Accreditation, Curriculum and Quality at the Center for Management Development, which is Nigeria's foremost human capital development agency. Usman has a PhD in human-computer interaction from Luxembourg University and a long lecturing career both in Nigeria and in UK, in several universities in UK. And he also served as a consultant for private and public institutions in Nigeria. Our second panelist is Eftimios Tambouris. He's a professor of information systems and EGOV at the Department of Applied Informatics at University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, in Greece. It's remarkable to mention that before joining the academy, you worked for 6 years in the IT industry. You holds a diploma in electrical engineering from the National Technical University of Athens and a master and PhD from Brunel University in UK. During the last 20 years, he has initiated and managed several international research projects, and he's currently associate editor of two important journals in our area, the Government Information Quarterly from Elsevier and the ACM Digital Governance. So thank you, both of you, for joining us today. We'll proceed as I said in the beginning. I'll give you some space for an initial statement on this topic, and then we'll take questions from the audience and try to discuss and also to react to the keynote lecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
So maybe.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator, and Lorraine. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I'm here on behalf of my boss and to represent Nigeria in this discussion. The presentation that Lorraine has shared with us, I think, is something that resonates well with us in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. A bit of statistics, I mean, if we just consider a bit of statistics, just to add on to what Lorraine has shared, it's identified that Africa's internet economy is projected to reach about $180 billion by 2025. and which would be about 5.2% of the continent's GDP. And by 2050, that could reach up to $712 billion, which would be approximately equivalent to 8.5 of the continent's GDP. So that clearly shows the importance of data and how it can be managed in the continent. And so Nigeria, being the largest country of over 200 million people, felt it's necessary that it considers, it aligns with what is happening globally. And in that regard, a number of initiatives have been put in place. Of course, building on that context as well, we said a country that is made up of other countries, for instance, I mean, in terms of population, just to give you that context as well, by December 2020, there were 154 million Nigerians on the internet, December 2020. There were policies that came after during the COVID that kind of reduces that number because it's something that is dynamic. And the number dropped because of some of the challenges we don't, I'm sure tomorrow, the keynote for tomorrow, the final keynote, possibly those issues would be discussed. But as at August, 2 months ago, this year, that number stood at 140 million internet users. So it has risen because it went down and then it went up again. And like I said, data is very important. And of course, all the references, the quotations that were presented are things that are very important. And to address some of those, we have in Nigeria different initiatives. One of those initiatives, well, in terms of policies, because we're talking about policies here, the first policy that we had was the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation. The Nigeria Data Protection Regulation focuses on personal data, which is more or less in line with the EU GDP. However, it's made in such a way that at least it takes the peculiarities of Nigeria and Africa into context. But in order to address cross-border data transfer, the NDPR, Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, took that into consideration. So addressing sovereignty, addressing cross-border data transfer, identifies borders or countries that have similar data regulation. And where there are similar data regulatory instruments that are available, data controllers are allowed to, transfer data or to house data in those locations. And of course, as we know, the second aspect is our cloud computing policy, which is in line with all the other policies that we have, also identifies and allows that cross-border data transfer. But too innovative, of course, in terms of open data, Nigeria is aligned to that, and then there's open data policy. And of course, also the OGP, Open Government Partnership, of which Nigeria is also part of it. And the recent being the AFCTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, of which Nigeria also is a signatory. So all this are initiatives towards ensuring that at least we have policies that facilitates the sharing of data across borders, which is very, very key because it facilitates trade. Just as Lorraine indicated, we are on the internet is borderless. And the fact that you are in Nigeria, you have your data everywhere because you have data, you use the social media, you use all other things. So it's important that that is addressed. Now, coming back, one policy that we have, or we are in the process of enacting or presenting, is the mobile data policy. Not just focusing on personal data, but focusing on other types of data so that those that have access, the mobile network operators, the individual data owners, as well as research institutions can have access, controlled access. What is important is having controlled access. Well, which, you know, is something that, of course, there is need for further discussion as to how that control access is. But governance, once key governance issues are identified, I think those issues are going to be addressed. So the mobile data policy, which is coming into place very soon, takes into all this consideration and makes sure that stakeholders, all stakeholders, not within Nigeria, but even outside Nigeria, particularly in Africa, are taken on board to ensure that there is that aspect of ownership from the owners of the data, the controllers of the data, and all those involved in using the data that is available. So that is very, very key. We are here, of course, to learn and to be able to be part of this discussion so that we can help towards, because what is important is not working in silos. So within Africa, we have that collaboration within some countries towards this particular initiative. But of course, Africa cannot operate in isolation. Africa is part of the global world and is part of the internet. So that's why sometimes things like this are very key, you know, for us towards sharing what we have, as well as learning, you know, from other countries that have similar kind of issues. So I'll stop here, and I'm sure questions will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing the Nigeria experience with us. Very interesting. Give the stage immediately to our colleague from Greece.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So as an actually a late addition to this panel, I don't have like a presentation to share already presentation, which gives me the opportunity to actually reflect a little bit about what has been heard by our keynote, by Lorraine, and I try to put what I know in context of that speech. So therefore, I'm gonna just present some thoughts that I have based on my knowledge and understanding, and I will try to relate with Lorraine's very, very important and to the point, I think, keynote presentation. So what do I know? Of course, data are important. They are particularly government data. They have been introduced like 10, 15 years ago. They're becoming extremely hot for transparency, for economic growth. There was extreme optimism, you know, publish government data and everyone will use it. So we have a first there failure that didn't happen as expected. On the other hand, other data, they are extremely used and reused, very much more than expected and planned. So then indeed the situation with data is quite different than the situation that we were dealing with in other aspects in products. They're of course very much different than products. I like what's been said, that data can be used indeed for many different purposes, much more than initially planned or thought of. And of course that is true for everything. I mean, okay, a knife might be introduced to spread your butter, but then you can use it to kill someone, of course. But with data is even more complex. There are even more complex uses and reuses, which makes the need for governance very self-evident, but also the complexity of that also making it a challenge job. So that's so bigger of analogies indeed. I don't know if the knife analogy was a good one, but yeah, we need to. I think that it passed the message. So what else is there? Of course, from the side of the European Union, I think that the idea is that there is a data, let's say, race going on at this point. And of course, the European Union doesn't want to lag behind, and they want to catch up. But it has its own, I think, priorities. So for example, like European values are very important. So therefore, efforts are being done towards also, regulating the field, and having a European strategy for data last year, and having a suggestion for a regulation already out there, which is quite indeed EU-centric, which is interesting if you put it in what Lorenz suggested about something more global. But what is also interesting is that within that, the agility of governance is mentioned. So it is suggested that we need to be agile, because we are in an unknown territory. So it's not like business as usual for governance. It's also something that we need indeed to be innovative, and that aligns well with the keynote's suggestions. Of course, there is also skepticism in Europe with regards to the AI uses of data. Therefore, the European Union wants to have data for being used for AI, but at the same time prohibited use of data that is problematic, like in social media, that we know that our data are used for marketing, but there is potential use for like changing our minds without even understanding it, and all this discussion. So this is something that is relevant. So in conclusion, I don't want to take time. I think the discussion would be much more interesting. So in conclusion, I think the governance aspect and the need for governance of data is evident, self-evident everywhere. On the other hand, I'm a little bit skeptic with regards to how global collaboration could be achieved when data are so much important, and they will provide at the end of the day a competitive advantage to the one who is doing it better. So therefore, there is countries and regions have incentives to do it better than others. And so we need to, maybe the paradigm shift might be that, that there should be a change of mind, a change of culture, that by collaborating, maybe we need to persuade people that maybe benefits will be more for everyone. So maybe better collaborate rather than being contradict. And but that of course has to do also with values, so it's much easier to say than to do. And with that, I would like to stop here and give the floor back to the chair.
Thank you. So. Thank you very much. I think the three panelists today have actually justified the title for this afternoon. We shall talk about data, and there's a lot of things to talk about data. So I think we could now open the floor to the audience. So the audience, please strike back to. It's your moment. I don't know Yes, Morten, probably this you can. Just a moment, Morten. Okay.
Thanks, Morten from UNU-EGOV. I was interested in picking up on something Lorraine was saying in her introduction around the governance element and the need for framework and common language. So in the panelists' opinion, is a common reference like the GDPR, which we've seen has also inspired the Nigerians, we know it's inspired a number of Latin American countries, is that enough or is there something missing? We all know from strategies and legislation that one thing is what we say on paper and what standard is, another thing is compliance. So do we have the compliance? Does the GDPR and the like give the average citizen and consumer representative of stakeholders enough insights and tools to actually go and ensure that there is no breaches of the legislation, particularly around data privacy, or what authorities or even the private sector is using data for? Or is that still not handled? I'll be interested in hearing that from the panelists.
Thank you, Morten. I don't know, Lorraine, or you can.
Thank you very much for this question. It's something that I like to talk about regarding the GDPR. I think the first part of my answer is data governance. When we're talking about data governance, cannot be equated with governance of personal data. When we look into the volume of data which will continue to be produced, which is being produced today, but will continue to be produced in the future, a big part of that comes from non-personal data and comes from Internet of Things and sensors, sensors which are in manufacturing, in connected trucks, in farming, and all different sectors that rely on tiny sensors producing data about things, even connected coffee machines, for example. And you may say that some of that data also falls in the gray zone. Data that starts as something which is non-personal can become personal if then you overlap with the different personal information, of course. So there's a lot of gray area in what we mean by personal and non-personal. So the reason why I'm giving this disclaimer at the beginning is to say, if we conceive of the governance of data as not being equated by personal the governance of personal data, we cannot think that GDPR is the silver bullet for our solutions, which are much more complex around data governance. And it's not the silver bullet, and it's not. It shouldn't be seen as the golden standard either for some of those problems. And it does concern me very much that because it was such an important step to reaffirming European values and rights, which was absolutely necessary, it's now being perceived as the end of the conversation, as if we had solved it, and as if this was just the culmination of a process that now everyone just needs to copy what was done by the GDPR, and then we solved all our problems. So that's what I'm trying to question with the notion of being more holistic when we think about data, because we just keep beating our heads in different international negotiations and also in the practice of how do we apply this. And the issue of seeing GDPR not as the golden standard is that allows us to ask questions on how could we make it better. Is it sufficient for you to put so much responsibility on individuals on how you want your data to be collected in different cookies? Just who's in Europe knows the amount of cookie that we need to cookies that we need to accept or reject or read every single time that we open a website? Is it sufficient to put so much responsibility on individuals, or do we need a more collective answer to this? And just to as a mode of sharing an anecdote, I saw a very interesting service that allows you to scan through your email and see what all the different types of service providers that have your data. And through their website, you click on a button and you say, okay, tell me who has my data. And following the GDPR, we will ask them to give back or delete for you. And I said, okay. As a researcher, I will go through the process to see where it takes me. And it's really interesting because the special button is them sending an email to a custom service somewhere, an email address, asking that according to GDPR, please delete that data. And you need to do this one by one. And when you actually get an answer back, if you do, they say, well, we actually don't have your data, or we still need to comply with X and Y regulation and keep your data for another 5 years. So your question goes to the core of it. Do we have the tools to actually ensure compliance, even when all the parties are working in good faith? Do we have people, skills, so for people actually to deal with that? And this is a huge strain for not only small and medium enterprises, but for individuals themselves and for researchers that need to deal with several layers of ethical and legal compliances when they're dealing with their own data. Can't we think about a better way to address this when we think about what we want data to be shared by? Does it make sense to start from a point of we need to stop data from being shared and misuse and all the risks around sharing of personal data, rather than thinking, what's the kind of data that we want to be sharing for and for what reasons? So it's a lengthy response to say, it's not sufficient for us to continue equating data governance with personal data governance. And this means taking into account that it's a very complex issue that has a lot of extraterritorial effects to decisions, to regulations, and to court decisions that are being made in different jurisdictions. And that we just need to find a way to collaborate as a society on something which is a common good, if you think at the end of the day.
Yeah, many thanks. I think that's also, sorry.
Yes,
yes,
thank you very
please.
much. I think what Lorena said, I think it just resonates across what we are really doing. In terms of tools, well, the NDPR, which I mentioned, that of course is in line with the EU GDPR, we've gone in answering Lorena's question, can we make it better? Actually, we felt that in NDPR, we've gone beyond the expectations on EU GDPR. Why? Because we have, looking at it, even though it's on personal data, the NDPR is focusing more on personal data, but it has gone beyond by establishing a governance mechanism, a structure, whereby compliance within the country is really enforced. That aspect of enforcement of compliance is there, and that is expected. And it created another industry, because the most important thing for government now is to provide employment, because there's no employment. So it created another opportunity for what we call data protection compliance organizations that are registered, to support institutions towards complying with the regulations, with the provisions of the regulation. And going beyond that personal data is what I've mentioned about the policy that is coming on board, looking at not just personal data, of which NDPR takes care of, but other forms of data that are available for research and innovation, because it is important that data is made available whether it is administrative data, from government agencies or other data that is held by data controllers. But we are doing it more or less, on a sector by sector basis, because we are focusing now on mobile data. So the use of it, which it can be tied to personal data, but looking at it, different perspective, coming up with, how it can be met, to the best use of the society, taking into consideration the individual, as well as all relevant players, key players in it. But going further too, engaging other industries within Africa. So going beyond the border of Nigeria, also looking at other countries. So in a sense that, as opposed to just focusing on personal data, we are looking at how other aspects of data, other aspects can be taken into consideration, but used appropriately, whereby you have means of really controlling in form of governance, going beyond the personal data, as well as making it useful for all the players that are within. Thank you.
I think this also touches some of the aspects you mentioned. I don't
Yeah.
know if you have any comments.
Yeah, well, my comment would be, yeah, we're talking about compliance with GDPR because, of course, when we're talking about data in Europe, our mind goes to GDPR. But, well, in Europe, it seems we are quite fond of regulating everything, more or less. So we regulate things besides on personal data. So you have the regulation on free flow of non-personal data that is mentioned in the European Strategy of Data. We are also, of course, we have the Open Data Directive, which, and you have Cybersecurity Act. So indeed, it is a complex landscape with regards to the use of data and the compliance, and that requires, I think, bold steps in order to align with other approaches, particularly as the European Union is moving slowly, I would say. So that it's not the fastest,
Yeah. Thank you. Other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, so my name is Aistan, I'm a PhD fellow, and I have a question. First of all, thank you for your insightful presentations, and I actually wrote down my question because it's a bit long. So my question is, do you think that the current legislative proposals in the EU, specifically the proposed EU Data Governance Act that aims at facilitating voluntary personal and non-personal data sharing across the EU and between sectors and public authorities, facilitates the paradigm shift on how we understand data, actually? So moving beyond the data protection or personal data in the EU. Thank you.
Would you? Yes, you can.
I think it's. I think we need to be bolder than what is currently in the draft, and now I'll give a few examples why. I think that these solutions they need to go beyond one regulatory text that is put into legislation, even if it's regional, because implementing is where it usually falls short. And so thinking about spaces of experimentation where you can actually incrementally find solutions and draw on good practices, for me, would be the way to go for some of those aspects, especially because data is so contextual and it changes in its uses, opportunities, and risks from sector to sector. It's important that we do agree on principles, and those principles, for me, they should be agreed in the international level because they have, those regulations have important extraterritorial effects. so it's important that we first think about how can we draw from real experiences, from industries, from different stakeholders, and think about those spaces of experimentation before we start thinking about what should be the next piece of legislation. So I think it's important that we think about regulation. I'm not against it, but I just think that it needs to go hand in hand with conversations that happen in international level. And the other point that I wanted to make is concerning how we conceive of the commons of data, and if that's understood and inscribed within that current piece, that draft legislation as well. Particularly because I'm concerned that a lot of the discourse and narrative around Data Governance Act and some of the measures in Europe, they follow the idea of data sovereignty and also of strategic autonomy. And what I see is that in a context where multilateralism is not in its peak and it's not in its strongest right now, we are just going to feed more fragmentation as well, because under this understanding that, well, yes, we are proposing to foster sharing of data, but then countries can take exceptions depending on what they think it's exceptional. That can create a lot of space and loopholes for countries just to say, oh, based on this security aspect, I'm not going to allow data for it to be shared, or based on this specific argument around, and you name it, anything, competition, it can be privacy protection, digital security, and all of that. That just becomes part of the argument under this umbrella that we're calling data sovereignty for Europe, or just strategic autonomy, and however you want to call it. So I just think that it's impossible for us to not address this issue unless it is from an international perspective. And I would go beyond saying international. I would say that it needs to be multi-stakeholder, and it can't be a discussion that only takes place with representatives of governments discussing a piece of legislation and putting up to consultation, and you don't really know what's happening in that black box. So although there is a consultation process, I just think that the decisory process needs to be more participative. Some conversations that I've been having with countries, especially in the global south, is that they feel, well, those decisions are being taken in Europe, they have a real impact on what's happening in our countries. And sometimes we feel like this is being shoved down our throats in pieces of legislation where we have no say, and that will affect our businesses, our citizens, etc. So this is, it's not to say it's not important to regulate, especially to mitigate risks that exist, but the solution can't be just doing business as usual, especially when we're dealing with such a complex and multi-layered issue such as data. Yeah.
Any of you would like to say something? I don't know.
Well, it's just to, excuse me, is to agree, with Lauren's presentation that yes, there is need for this international collaboration towards establishing that, because that's what we've been doing. Just as was mentioned earlier, the EU GDPR came into being, and other clients like Nigeria and other countries just adopted that and customized it to meet the the peculiarities of the country. But it's important that this is driven at an international level, and I think UNU would be in a good position to drive that. Of course, the initiative of Lauren's organization is something that would need. I'm sure that's why we're here to discuss that. So driving that at international level, having the principles that other countries can key into and adopt and make sure that at least it's common, is something that is the way forward actually for us. Thank you.
So, well, I also agree that, the agile governance, which leaves room for experimentation, is definitely the way forward. Collaboration, of course, is needed. Well, having the EU experience, I would say that the subsidiarity and national priorities and national interests and sensitivities is something that always plays a role in Europe. So I think it's the best approach is actually to try to show the benefits of the collaboration rather than to impose. So again, I agree that everyone should be taken on board and having the opportunity to express their opinion. And once a common something common is reached, a consensus is reached, and then the participating parties, once they understand that this is on their benefits, I'm sure they will follow voluntarily also.
Thank you. So before returning the word to the audience, let me raise an issue that somehow I think has some connection with this discussion, and that was very important, I think, in Lorraine's keynote before. You talked about developing a global debate around these topics, and in the report you authored, if I may quote, this is somehow stated as a precondition to ensure, and I'm quoting, that developing countries and smaller actors are able to actively engage in the discussions. This is a very important issue for the United Nations, of course, and for all of us here. Yesterday, in the keynote yesterday, people were talking about developing things so that nobody is left behind, and Dr. Sharifa from Egypt was mentioning that at a global level, this also means that no country is left behind. And I would maybe also add that no citizen, in particular the most vulnerable citizens, and we have already talked in this conference about refugees and these people, this sort of social groups, and maybe this afternoon is particularly appropriate to talk about this. I don't know if you are all aware, but some hours ago, the Nobel Prize in Literature was awarded to an African writer from Tanzania, Guna, who actually has an extraordinary way of voicing this sort of people and the refugee experience and the point of being voiceless in this world. So for me, the question was, so sorry for this diverse, but the question is, how can this? I think we all agree with this global debate, but how can this be actually put in practice? Are there any experiments? Are there any guidelines, any sort of suggestion that can actually make this happen? Behind the regulation issues and all the things that we are discussing, motivated by the last question.
May I?
Go ahead.
Who wants to start? Okay. I really like your question because it's something that I'm very passionate about it, which is making sure that we create those spaces for voices to be heard. And here we can talk on international level in terms of state representation in different conversations, but I think it needs to be more transactional than that. It needs to be about including different people in terms of races, genders, background, lived experiences, which is what enriches any policy debate in my thinking. And what's interesting in terms of what are the experiences, I think there's a lot that we can draw from a discipline which is rather recent, which is that of collective intelligence. And the reason why I think it's important for us to think about the data sphere as commons, this ecosystem of this common resource, is because thinking about the environment has led us to go beyond the usual paradigms on how international negotiations and conversations take place. And there's some very interesting solutions nowadays using good practices around collective intelligence to do democratic assemblies, to bring together people's voices and inform specific solutions and debates. So I think it needs to go through there in terms of making sure that we have more capillarity on some of those debates, especially because we won't have, I mean, in order to scale, you need to be able to have different nodes and understand how all of those nodes connect with each other. And one of the first things that we are doing, and I'm sharing with you a sneak peek because we haven't formally launched the DataSphere initiative yet. It's still in an incubation process. But one of the first exercises that we're doing is to understand how we map the DataSphere, and would it be possible for us to map it across different topics. And one of the hypotheses that we're working on with a group of over 60 AI engineers is how do we map climate data. And the hypothesis is if this can be mapped in the shape of a hypergraph, and how we would connect those different graphs and hypergraphs in different layers. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we are talking about a hypergraph of people and interests and people that maybe are in the same country but don't share the same interests or concerns. And we just need to be able to think about policy debates and representations in a more sophisticated way than one per one in terms of typical state representation, international negotiations. So when we're talking about using new tools and innovative models, is how do we think about using good practices from other fields to make sure that this debate is truly more inclusive and that can draw conclusions that connect to each other and draw on other stakeholders' experiences, because that's certainly not a challenge that one single organization can address it by itself.
Well, I mean, for us, it's really to agree, with the presentation. I mean that, well, in terms of examples or how it can be done, I think it's the Loren's presentation in terms of that. I think helps, is very important. In some cases, for instance, even though we see it as negatives, but I think it's important, the COVID, that forces, the whole world to share data. I mean, how that is done, I think it's something that we need to also take into consideration. So there are situations, but we don't want a situation that, I mean, those kind of epidemics happen, and then of course we come together. It's important that at least there is a framework that that is identified, and then everybody aligns with that, in order for us then, when the opportunity comes, then that can be used. So making sure that at least those kind of frameworks are there, that ensures that everybody is involved in the discussion, is what is important. I mean, for Nigeria, for instance, I mean, which is something that happens everywhere, before any legislation, even though it's more of legislation, is ensuring that every relevant stakeholder that has a stake in it, individuals, irrespective of who they are, where they are, their color, I mean, they are involved in that particular process. So taking that, and then making sure that at least at global level, we have that kind of mechanism. So DataSphere possibly would be something that would help And then discussions in this kind of fora, I think, will help towards sensitization, because I mean, it's important that everybody, as we said, is engaged. So irrespective of where one is coming from, whether it's Africa, the Europe, America, the Middle East, everybody is engaged and then aware, and then kind of keys into that initiative, I think is the way forward. It's not something that we'll be able to achieve tomorrow, as an example. It's something, but it's, this is a starting point. And I think we need to continue this discussion, making sure that at least everybody is aware, and then coming up with a standard kind of protocol and principle that can be applied, that is accepted. Because once everybody is engaged, it ensures the acceptability, of whatever comes up. So, thank you.
Sorry, do you think that this debate is something that will happen by reaction, that, as you mentioned, the COVID experience,
right. Yeah.
or somehow can we be proactive, our organizations, our states?
I think that is being proactive is a key. And I think that's what, Lorraine is kind of really pushing. And being proactive, of course, we don't have to wait until that kind of situation happens and then we are forced to do it, but being proactive, coming up with principles on how that can be applied, I think is the best way. And of course, like I said, there is a starting point, and so we need to build on that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, actually, exactly your question was something that I wanted to also mention. I think that as we suggested about governance, that it should be open to experimentation. Maybe here we are also should be open to experimentation for establishing this global debate, because of course establishing a global debate that is inclusive is something definitely not trivial, and of course, and indeed it can be done top down through established organizations, United Nations, etc., and through pushing a political agenda top down, or it can be done as a reaction again, indeed, through a situation that calls for immediate action. And I found the idea of collective intelligence an interesting one. So I hope it will be also a successful one. And yeah, but definitely it's not an easy problem, of course. Yeah.
Okay, let's come back to the audience again. Any other questions? I hope not to be blocking the debate. Yes, please. Sorry, can you use the...
I am Ahmed Ibrahim, PhD at NTNU, PhD candidate. I want to ask, in times of conflict, of how to come into a consensus about how an open data should be shared. What could be the possible way to overcome this kind of conflict? I mean, like, in some contexts, you don't want to, like some countries don't want to share the data, for example, and they don't reach a specific consensus on that. So is it by standards? I mean, like, is it by...
Thank you. Maybe we can change the order now, if you would like to comment.
Yeah, well, I think this is an interesting question, how to decide whether certain data should be shared. And I think we have two approaches mainly here. We can wait until we decide about everything, all details, about any kind of data, all different cases, handle personal data, have a global framework that covers everything, and then we go ahead. Or we can try to start with being a little bit more flexible and start with like quick wins. So if we have some data sets that we all agree that they can be shared, that they can be opened, then we could start with those and leave a little bit aside those that are problematic for later. So yeah, that would be my view on how to approach that.
Thank you very much. Well, in response to that, I think, it depends on the data that one is looking at. I mean, because at the moment, there are standards and frameworks, particularly for open data. If you're considering, just as I mentioned earlier on, Nigeria, has an open data policy that makes data that is that resides within government available for risk for innovation, research, and development. So it identifies what can be shared, what would be in the open data portal, as an example. And it mandates, because it focuses more on agencies to be able to share that data. So it mandates that sharing, that whatever is available, that should be shared on the portal has to be shared. And so that is there. Just as colleague was saying, that we don't have to wait until, we have this framework that guides, for some aspects of data, there are standards and policies, that are there. And then the Open Government Partnership too identifies data that, you can make available, so these are there. And then the data, the personal data too, in terms of how it can be shared, protected, there are policies and principles there. But looking at it, not just focusing on that, looking at it holistically, and then making data available. I think that is where something that we don't have, but we can build on what we have already. We have the open data framework, we have open government partnership, we have, the data protection regulations across the continent, we have cybersecurity, issues. All those are things that we can take as, examples and then build on that. So we are not waiting until that general framework is available, because there are others, that facilitate that sharing of data. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very interesting question, and I find also interesting, just to take a bit of a historic perspective on how open data has been conceived. And I feel that there's been a shift from just make it open and they will come, to being much more purposeful on what we're doing, what we want with data. So I think it's not all governments have made this shift, but it's a very important one to say it's not sufficient just to make data open, and we need to understand what do we want to make data open for. And it's not only about making data open, it's about the quality of the data and how it communicates with and informs different policy debates. But also it's not only about open government data, is it? Because that's usually how much a big part of the conversation goes into when it's included in different national strategies. It's also how can we make use of data held by corporations to inform important policy decisions. And that's the case, for example, telephony data and how it was used for the pandemic and all of that. Data also that is held by public and private research institutions. So it's trying to understand the issue of open data from a perspective which is where do we want to go? And I have to agree with my fellow panelists as well in terms of you have several ways to go about it, which is the first one is agreeing on principles. And there are a lot of work that has been done around open data principles, of course, for many years. There's a lot of good practices out there, but also thinking about how we can learn from cases and from the low-hanging fruits of the easier wins. But trying to be, I think it's coming from, we need to come from both directions, understanding what are the principles that need to be upheld and what needs to be adapted in a case-to-case context as well, so that we can learn from the specific uses of data especially because data is so contextual and the risks, they really change according to the use and sector. We just need to be mindful and make sure that we're taking it from both angles, but making sure that we build the institutions that are able to really tackle this and provide oversight of how data is being used and how it's being purposefully used. Not all countries, for example, have a chief data officer or someone that actually, an office that sits above other ministers or is pretty high up in terms of centrality that it has in the government that is able to coordinate all of that. As with the complexity of dealing with international actors in a global setting, it's also very complex for you to manage different ministries and different agencies, each one with their own agenda. So you just need to be able to take this, take a more systemic approach to how you address issues of open data, but building institutional capacity, personnel's capacity, but ultimately being able to connect this with what is the policy challenge and question that you want to address with data, with good data. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for a short last question. Anybody? Okay. If not, I'd like to close the debate, but I will also like to somehow to challenge you with a last question concerning the following. We have been discussing quite a lot on regulations and the policies to deal with the data, to deal with the challenge that data puts to our societies. But maybe we can also discuss the other way around. Actually, how do the rise of data constrains or enriches or affects or whatever the development and the design of public policies at the level of governance? Do you think this question is relevant and it's something that can be said about that? Or? But I also would like to invite you to use this last slot for the final statement of your participation in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, just as you've said, raised the question, how does the kind of the rise in the use of data facilitates the development of regulation. I hope if that's, yeah. Now, I think that is what is happening because, prior to this, the rise of data, the focus is on really looking at how, the data, personal data, how it can be managed, how it can be developed. But because of that rise in data, just as the report and Lorraine's presentation identified, that is really what is triggering the need for this international principle or framework that drives the effective use of data. For our mobile data regulation that is coming in place is just as, in response to the rise of the data that is being collected, through the use of mobile phones, as an example. And then this is just one of the other initiatives. So, because as an agency of government responsible for developmental regulation, we look at things that would facilitate or would enable research, innovation, research and development, and we involve the relevant institutions and that we co-create, co-create those regulations. So the creation of regulation, in most cases from our perspective, is driven by that innovation and creativity. In the sense that, we co-create with, for instance, in terms of entrepreneurship, digital entrepreneurship and innovation, all relevant stakeholders are involved and identified issues within a specific sector, and regulation is created. So it's a partnership, is a collaborative approach, so that regulations are co-created. And I think that is what the principle is all about. That is what this discussion is about. So in closing, our perspective is that certainly it's important that this discussion is held, that yes, no country can, operate in isolation. So this siloed approach is not what will help. It's important that we have systems and principles that facilitate that collaborative understanding on how data can flow seamlessly, but having policies and principles that enables that to seamlessly happen with the understanding of everybody. I think that is key. That collaboration, making sure that all relevant stakeholders, including individuals at the lower level, are involved towards coming up with a framework that can guide that sharing of data. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Fitimis, would you like to?
Yeah. Okay, so in my view, I think that's an interesting question to see the relationship between data and policy. And in my view, there is of course, there is a two-way here communication, and I think policy was always based on data. And now with the rise of data, there is a lot of policy around data. And of course, you have social media, and you have disinformation, and you have personal data floating around, etc., etc. You have Internet of Things, of course, and you have all that. Now, if you go to open data, so data was always feeding, the policy. If you go to open data, my feeling would be that there is a lot of regulation about open data, but there is still room for open data to influence policy. So I think this opportunity has not been fully, has not reached its full potential. There is still potential for open data to influence much more policy than currently is done. So thanks.
Fully agree. Thank you. Lorraine, you.
I would just like to echo the points that were made by my fellow panelists, and to say that absolutely data is important for governance and for policy, and we need to continue to find ways on how we can truly implement evidence-based policy making when we're thinking about how we elaborate data, but also on the other end, how we assess its impact as well, from a regulatory impact assessment perspective, or how we actually evaluate how policy is being implemented. And I totally agree that this is a potential that has not even began to be fully fulfilled. There's a lot of good statistical analysis that have been done with good sets of open data that are not taken into account when doing policy making. And I can say that for the case of the country that I come from, Brazil, but I can say that for Latin American countries, countries in Southeast Asia, in Africa as well, there's still a huge gap in terms of institutional capabilities and skills to actually harness that data and make it being used and informed for policy making. But data also, and here's a bit provocative what I'm going to say, we can't be blinded by the data that we have, because so many of the most important questions, I find, they lie on data that we still don't have, on the invisible gaps between the knowledge that we currently have. So it's too tempting for us to frame discussions and policy solutions around KPIs or information that we currently hold in the future. And I think it's very important for us to continue as researchers, as people that are involved in policy making, continue to try to understand what are the gaps and who's made invisible by the data that is not yet there. And you talked about marginal communities before, refugees. There's a lot of studies happening now in terms of gaps in terms of gender data as well, and what happens when data is not granular enough to understand what is the specific impact of policy and regulation around women, but you can scale that to other communities, to indigenous, to refugees, to specific ethnicities. So my answer is yes, absolutely, data is fundamental for policymaking, but we can be blinded by it as well, because it can lead us to biased conclusions. And so with that little provocation there, I end my contribution here to this panel, invited everyone to a journey on the data sphere with me this afternoon, but I would like to invite all of you to contribute as well, because we're just at the start of engaging with different stakeholders and partners. I was very happy that I was able to share a bit of give it a bit of a sneak peek to what we're doing, but I'd like to invite everyone to collaborate how they can, if that's something that you think it's important. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lorraine. Thank you very much, all of you in this panel, and also to the audience. I think one thing we learned in academia and also in government, in practice, is that as important as having the answers to our problems, to our perplexities, is to have the skill to formulate the right questions. And I think this afternoon somehow may have contributed for us to become more aware of what are the questions, what are the issues, what are the difficult things that are the ones that actually are interesting in a sense. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much to the audience. Thank you. And as you know, I think this debate was the simple thing that is between us and the dinner, the conference dinner. So yeah, all most welcome to the